got that sauce in it. You want me on the beat. Resin got that sauce in it.
Is business slow, cash flow down, hosting an upcoming event? We can help. Advertise with 284 Media and take your business or event to the next level by enhancing your present marketing and messaging strategies. Allow our team of experts to create a personalized ad that sets your business apart from all the rest. This could be your business or event. So, what are you waiting for? Contact our marketing team at 284media at cctbvi.com. Advertising with us works.
It is a beautiful day here on Scrub Island in the British Virgin Islands. I'm Naomi Cowan, your host for this year's Caribbean Posh Girl Power Brunch. Now for 2019, our focus is collaboration versus competition. We have a host of beautiful, powerful, and strong keynote speakers and presenters to share a bit more about their journey. I'm excited. Let's go inside.
Can't ball in a life, man. Go on with it, but go on with it.
Yo, is it? Are you kidding me?
To us, yeah. So we are coming in with a force, yeah. Blessings we are reap and we coursing on full. Oh, we not rise and boast. Yeah, we give thanks like we need it the most. We have to give thanks like we really supposed to be thankful. Blessings all for my life and my thank God for the journey, the earnings are just for the plus. Yeah, and gratitude is a must. Yeah, me see blessings fall by my right hand. But I toast for the friends we take off every load. One time did sit down in a class and we bored then only said the road and me go on with the road.
You did it!
I did it! Oh my gosh.
The team.
Awesome team. This was definitely collaboration versus competition. Caribbean women coming together to just shine bright. I love it. It was just awesome. I feel so good.
I know, I can imagine how you feel. And, you know, you spoke about the fact that this is something that you hope to not only bring to other Caribbean islands, but hope to bring more people to the BVI as a tourism product, as a retreat, as something that women can look forward to. Why do you think there's a need for this?
It's a need because sometimes as women, I don't know what it is, but for whatever reason in the world, we sometimes forget the magic inside. And maybe we doubt ourselves too much, and we need that extra push to remind ourselves that we have it. We have it in here, and there's somebody like you that might be going through the same thing, and y'all could just do it together. You know, we just need to, we're stronger together in the end. At the end of it, we're just stronger together, and we need things like this to just make that happen and remind us of that important fact.
That's awesome. And I mean, I guess what would you say to people who are thinking of booking or thinking of coming for next year?
Yes, if you're thinking of coming to the Caribbean Posh Girl Power Brunch next year, plan early, plan very early. Log on to our website, follow us on social media, Caribbean Posh, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, everywhere, there, everywhere. Follow us to stay tuned with what we have coming up next so that you could get in early. Yes.
And then, no, what's funny, what's coming up is that we have the Budget concert happening. So BVI is kind of on fire.
Right now, we have all kind of things going on in BVI. A little country like this.
Right, and you've been getting support from the tourist board for this event. Speak to maybe the sponsors that you've had this year and how much strength they've given you.
I so appreciate all the sponsors, a number of repeat sponsors especially. Thank you for believing in the vision. You know, people like Roton Wholesale and its distributed brands, La Marca, Prosecco, Cointreau, Grey Goose, Fiji Water, Popular VI, CCTB VI, Joma Properties, Five Girls, and the list goes on. There's so many people. The British Virgin Islands Tourist Board, as you mentioned earlier, Skelton Group of Companies, Picksmith, Alice. Now I'm forgetting.
Villa Alicia. Hey, I love the place. I'm coming right back.
There's so many people to list, and it's just further demonstrates the power of collaboration, because events like this can't happen without support. So I definitely appreciate all the corporate entities that understand the importance of empowering Caribbean women. These are the companies that believe in that movement, and I thank you all so very much. I can't say that enough.
Awesome.
Yes, and especially, you know, all the young ladies that have helped out today, Akima, Kristen, Chantel, so many talented young ladies that came from St. Thomas to model, all the models, and you, Naomi.
Well, thank you for having me. This was awesome. Very much a blessing.
I can't name them all, but, you know, we all play a part. In the big world out there, we all play a part in any awesomeness that needs to happen. So all we have to do is get up and remember our part in making great things happen.
Awesome. And then the last thing, I think, you know, considering that this is a vision you would have had that came to reality. This didn't just pop up out of anywhere. Any words of encouragement to people checking out the content and wishing they could start something that's been inside of their hearts, like, you know, from that place that you're feeling now?
I think people say it all the time, dare to dream big. And that's definitely what I did. You know, Caribbean Posh is a lifestyle brand dedicated to empowering Caribbean women. I am a single mom, and I went through my undergrad program and then my master's program, and during that whole time in school, I was thinking what I want to do with my life, and I knew I wanted to do something that was not just about me, but about people like me, and that's, you know, us Caribbean sisters who just going through different things, from being married to not married, having children, wanting to start our careers, whatever it might be. There's so much genres of careers that we could get into, and sometimes we're afraid of the big world out there. So with all of that, I said we needed something like this for Caribbean women to come together and just make big things happen. Be Caribbean Posh.
And there you go. All right, well, there we go. Caribbean Posh 2019 collaboration versus competition. We did it. Yay. See you next year. I wish you could feel the energy right here, right now that I'm experiencing. The event has come to a close, but the new chapters have just begun in everyone's lives. I think everyone in the room is excited to just take on the week, take on the month, take on the rest of the year with fresh perspective and with a bit of a female vibes behind it. I mean, I'm so blessed and privileged to have been part of it. I'm Naomi Cowan. I was your host for today. And be sure that you stay tuned to Caribbean Posh. Follow us on Instagram at Caribbean Posh to find out when next year's event will be. We'll see you next year.
Baby.
No, you never put up a fight, no. Paradise. Just know me like we knew, we never had to say your word, not your song. Silence. You never put up a fight, no. Paradise. Just know me like we knew, we never had to say your word, not your song. Silence.
Come on.
You want to talk about what? You want top of power?
Join the prepaid party with CCT and enjoy more affordable data plans, more top-up promotions, more savings with hero bundles, and more value for your money each and every Tuesday with Top Up Turn Up Tuesday. Visit a CCT store today or anywhere CCT Top Up is sold and top up your phone.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. You want top of power?
Come on!
Hey there! Turn up the volume on your day with a cosmopolitan cocktail. First things first, pour a dash of Cointreau into your shaker. Invite vodka to the party, but not too much. Cranberry juice, and of course, fresh lime juice. Now add that ice, shake it till you can't shake it no more. Strain into a glass, top it off with a twist of orange peel, and voila! Perfect cocktail. Bravo! Do try this at home and enjoy responsibly. Cointreau, the art of the mix.
Come on!
Hello, my Caribbean Posh ladies. I hope you all are ready for brunch, because I am. My name is Janisha John. I'm former Miss US Virgin Islands. Currently, I'm a TV host and producer in Los Angeles for the Zeus Network. I am also, I don't know if some of you remember, the first host for the Caribbean Posh Brunch. Now, let me tell you, that was an experience like no other. One that is so special and I will hold on to for the rest of my life. So first and foremost, I want to send some love, some congratulations, and just appreciation to Janette, Brin, and the rest of the Caribbean Posh team for always being a prime example of what it takes to be a Caribbean woman, one that is resilient, one that is just strong, innovative, creative, and will find ways to make things happen once there's a will. And you ladies have done it this year, so congratulations for continuously providing a space where we're able to celebrate each other, even if we're not physically in a room with each other. So thank you. I remember when I was called to host the first brunch. When I tell y'all, nerves, I was so nervous because not only was I in an interesting time in my personal life where, you know, it was sort of a transition period for myself where I was questioning my career. I wasn't sure that, you know, I had anything to bring to the table to offer the women in the room, you know, and these ladies were talented, they were brilliant, they were so accomplished. And so, you know, walking into the room, I had nerves, my stomach was in knots, but I remember opening the door and just the love and the reception and the smiles and the beautiful faces that I was greeted with. And those nerves quickly turned to just appreciation. It turned to, you know, excitement and, you know, understanding that the mission was so much bigger than just me. It was about uplifting each other, celebrating each other, and just being in a room where we can learn and grow together. I also want to take this opportunity to shout out the women in my life, in my inner circle that continue to motivate me, to be there, to support me. You know, my mom, one of the most selfless women I know, Elizabeth Torres. My sisters, Janella John, businesswoman, former cop, and Jolisa, DJ Mojo, who's an entertainer extraordinaire herself. And so I'm so appreciative of them. I'm appreciative of my best friends, Trin, CEO, my love mom, Pat Martinez, just so many women that have come in my life and continue to inspire me and push me to be the best version of myself. So today, I want to remind you ladies to check in on your sisters, check in on them. These are trying times and we have to be there for each other, to support each other, to love on each other, to celebrate each other. Call your sister who has 2 kids and is juggling, you know, taking care of them at home while doing Zoom calls for work. Check in on your sister who is struggling to get her you know, her own business off the ground during these times. Check in on your sister who just may need someone to talk to. We are here for each other, and we are the best versions of ourselves when we support each other, when we love on each other, and when we celebrate each other. So let's take today, this moment, this opportunity to do just that. Love each other, celebrate each other, grow with each other, and just be the best versions of ourselves. Ladies, congratulations, you are here. Let's be present. Let's take this moment for what it is, and yeah, let's brunch.
I am here at I can't stress enough, the beautiful British Virgin Islands Alfresco Villa. Up next, we have the lovely Karen Mitchell up there in New York joining us.
Hey.
Karen is what we call a serial entrepreneur. She's way on top of her game, providing beautiful hair to some of the biggest names in the industry. And she's here to tell us about how to do it, how to build a successful brand. Hey, Karen.
Hi, guys.
I'm here. I'm trying to keep it together. I'm like in the hot sun.
Well, lucky you. We want to be in the hot sun.
So I'm like trying to stay cool and do all these things here.
You look amazing.
Thank you. So do you.
You look great. Thank you.
So how are you?
I'm really happy to be. I'm happy to be here. You know, as you know, it's been a rough week, and as Black people living in America, and just Black people around the world, we're going through a lot, and it was just a really tough week. So I was looking forward to this outlet today to kind of just like not totally take away from that, but I just needed this outlet at the same time because it's just been very stressful, and you know, really concerned about the state of affairs and how we're living as Black people.
Yeah, I feel you. This is basically kind of the reason why I decided to push forward with this. You know, it's important for us to, you know, really connect and share stories and let other Caribbean sisters know that you're not alone. They're not alone.
Yeah.
You know, the struggle is real, especially during these times of COVID-19. So yeah.
Right.
Karen,
we have to deal
right
with
into it.
COVID-19.
How have you been doing? Last time I spoke to you, you said you're working on getting your salon back open, your studio.
Yeah. So, hi everyone. I'm Karen Mitchell, owner of True Indian Hair, True Hair Company. So yeah, in New York, we're based out of New York. My stores are all in New York City, and we've been closed since March 18th, I think. And in my Brooklyn location, I have a salon as well. So all three stores have been closed. Luckily, you know, we're talking about branding and building businesses. I have the online boutique, so that has been doing well, and I'm really blessed and thankful for that. And that goes to branding your business and you know, building that business awareness. So, you know, I'm one of the lucky ones who have been able to be okay during this time because my online store is still functioning pretty well. But we you know, we're not going to reopen probably until the end of June, you know, because there's different phases. I'm also on the New York City Mayor's Advisory Board for small businesses and in reopening to help small businesses reopen and just kind of like giving ideas and voicing the opinions of small businesses that are voiced to me in what should be done for reopening. So at this stage, there's a phase 1 and a phase 2 and so on. So phase 1, we just found out, is going to start on June 8th. And salons and my store, retail stores, curbside pickup and all that stuff is in phase 2. So we have to now wait for phase 1 to be over with, and not over with, but feel confident that it's working and people are not getting sick and it's not getting worse before phase 2 can reopen. So we're kind of still in limbo. We have no idea when we're going to reopen, but hopefully by the end of June.
Oh, wow. So what are some of the things that you've had to like quickly figure out, I need to do this to just keep things going?
You know what, you have everything right now is just online, and that's the focus. And I had just started, I've been in business for 15 years. So and there comes a time in business where we all you're doing well and you get comfortable, and I've been in that space. And so right before COVID, I had just started paying more attention to online marketing, things that I should have been doing, and I'm going to speak on that today because you know you get in that complacent space. So I had just started paying more attention to that. We had an in-house team doing our social media, and I started looking for a company outside of in-house that obviously had more experience in doing it. So right now it's still in-house because I didn't get a chance to do that, but it's been working. It's just like pushing that online branding and online marketing. Well, we had some amazing sales. That's an important part of reaching people in the first couple of weeks. Then we started running low on stock, so we couldn't even have sales anymore because actually we did very well with online sales.
Good. That's good. So, Karen, today's topic really is how to build a successful brand. So,
Right.
educate us.
Right. Cheers to
You've
that.
been doing it for a minute.
I've been doing it for a minute. Building a brand is not just about having a pretty logo and your friends. It's important to have your friends support. It's starting from scratch. Your brand is your name. It's your respect. It's who your business is, and you have to start from scratch with it. It doesn't happen overnight. I see a lot of businesses are opening and they think success happened overnight. It took me about 3 years before I started seeing some success. And I made a lot of mistakes in the beginning. And honestly, I still do. I still make mistakes. But it's, building a brand, you have to have the stuff from scratch. I have stores. You have to have the business plan, the financing, with me, the right location. You have to know who your competitors are and research your competitors. And the people say, I don't pay attention to what other people are doing. In business, you have to pay attention to what other people are doing if you're in the same market space. You have to know who your client is and who that target audience is. Who are you trying to be? What product are you trying to sell? And who do you want to cater to? Because you cannot cater to everyone. And that's a lot of mistakes some businesses make in trying to cater to everyone, and it's just not possible. So you have to understand what your product is, what you're selling, and who you're trying to reach.
Definitely.
Oh. So it's more to that. The purpose is important. Every successful brand has to have a purpose. What is my business is about making women feel beautiful, and it's not that you're not already beautiful, but it's not just catering to. I just had someone recently. The person who was doing my social media sent me a screenshot where someone said, "Stop selling hair and wear your own natural hair." And I'm all for natural hair, we're part of the whole beauty business. My business, I sell hair extensions, yes. But I also have a product line, shampoos and conditioners that cater to just natural hair and hair extensions. And it's not about hiding who you are naturally. It's about being who you want to be, who you want to be. If I have a wig on today, but I also wear my natural hair at times, and my hair is healthy underneath my wig. And it's not about telling women to hide who they are. It's like you can be whoever you want to be. If today you want to get up and put a bob on and walk outside and that's what you feel like, that's what makes you feel good today, be you. If you want to be natural, be you. It's not about hiding that person inside. And wearing a wig doesn't take away from that. Wearing extensions doesn't take away from that. That's a whole other conversation. My sister is natural and we have this debate all the time. She had locks and she just cut it off. So we have this family dynamic of talking about natural hair versus extensions. But in business, for me, marketing was not about taking away from you as a person, especially for Black women. It's about just how you feel, an individual, how you feel about yourself. And that's a part of our message.
So Karen, what really inspired you to take this route? What was the decision factor for you of this is what I want to do, help, women be beautiful or enhance their beauty is a proper thing to say, I think.
Enhance, or just, it's not even enhance because it doesn't make you any more beautiful than you are before it. And that's where some people do take away, like you feel like you're hiding who you are.
Right.
So, but I've always loved hair, braids, weaves since I was young. And I worked in fashion for many years, over 10 years. But while in fashion, I went to beauty school, got my cosmetology license. I just loved hair. I like playing with hair, doing hair as a kid, playing with dolls. So it was a natural transition for me to be in the beauty business. Just a behind the scenes story, I worked in fashion. I got laid off from my job. The company closed. And I decided at that time, because I was already selling extensions on the side as a side hustle. And I decided at that time, this is the best time now to just open my own business. I have this side hustle. It's doing okay. Let me just jump in and do this. And I've always had an entrepreneurial spirit. I've always been that, in college, I was sell bracelets out of a catalog. Then I started selling the hair while I was working. I opened a small beauty supply store while I had a 9-to-5. So I always had this entrepreneurial spirit. So getting laid off and not having a job, it was an easy transition. I'm Jamaican, and like my mother would always say sometimes, disappointment is for good. So that disappointment of getting laid off was actually great for me to start my business. And I probably wouldn't have started the business, I don't know, but I probably wouldn't have at the time if I hadn't been laid off. So that's, so it was natural for me to just go into that business. And I started not having any idea of what it takes to run a business. I didn't have the experience. I made so many mistakes. I went in without a marketing plan. I went in without a business plan. I'm spontaneous. I kind of went in just thinking, this is going to do well. I have so many friends and I am going to do quite well with this. And it did not work out. The first 2 years, I literally almost failed. You can't necessarily depend on just your community, your small community. It's great, but you can't depend on that to build the business when you're talking about building a brand. And I started 15 years ago before social media was what it is today. And I wasn't utilizing Facebook. Facebook was around, but I wasn't utilizing that at the time. So I started from scratch with small marketing. What I knew in Brooklyn, in Flatbush, was making small flyers. And I would go out to all the restaurants in the neighborhood and I would leave these flyers all around. And at the time, I was the only person selling Indian hair in Brooklyn, the only one. And so it was a new item. There was the pack hair in the Asian beauty supply stores that people were used to. But as far as virgin Indian hair, I was the only one selling it. So this was a new item. So people were totally interested in this. And I would leave it, literally, I would go out every day and leave stacks of flyers in stores, wherever I went, restaurants. And it started growing the grassroots way. And then I started with advertising on the side of in Brooklyn, if you're familiar with New York, it's in Flatbush and Utica, it's like dollar vans. So you wrap a van, and everyone's familiar with wrapping a van, your logo, your name, you advertise on the side and the back of these vans. And I started doing that like 14 years ago on these vans, advertising, and then the word started getting out. And then I started forming relationships with salons and stylists in providing hair to them. And like I said, at the time, I was the only one selling Indian hair in Brooklyn. So it was a new item for these stylists. It was great hair. They weren't used to it. So the product was great, and that's a part of the brand. The product itself was great. I wore the product, like I still do. I believe in it. I was a walking billboard. They tested the product. They loved it. And now, just in a grassroots kind of way, everyone started hearing about this Indian hair in Brooklyn. And from that, it goes into just friends and family. And then beyond that, people across, outside of New York started hearing about this girl in Brooklyn selling Indian hair and started reaching out to me. And I had to just learn. At the time, the information that I have now, I didn't have. So I had to just kind of like move with what was moving with me. I'll get an email from someone wanting here in California, and then I'm like, oh my God, I need a website. I didn't have a website. So I was pushed into doing things that now, if I had known better, I'd have done the research and that would have been done. But I was pushed into doing those things. And 14 years ago, 15 years ago, gosh, we're in 2020, 16 years ago, it's a whole different ball game from now. Now we have social media. You have Facebook, you have Instagram, you have Twitter, like so many different avenues to advertise on, which are huge for businesses right now.
Yeah. So what propelled you into getting some of these celebrity clients that I know that you have? Because I actually learned about you through Angela Hunt.
Oh, I love Angela. Oh, that's my girl. I love Angela. And she started as a client and now we're really good friends. Her stylist, Angela's been buying hair from Tune and Hair for a good maybe 12 years or longer, a very long time. She's our baby and so talented and Grammy Award winning artist. I mean, she's amazing. And
she is.
I have to give thanks to the relationships I've built with hairstylists. That's very important to my business and very important to, so when you have in building your business, your brand, and your product, like I said, you have to know who your target audience is. Obviously, I'm selling hair extensions and you have to, if you could get the stylist to love your product, then you'll get the clients. So that was important for me to have relationships with stylists. It just so happened in New York, there are a lot of celebrity stylists that they either live in New York, or so there are a lot of, so I have these amazing relationships. Q Hardy was one of the first stylists that I worked with as a celebrity stylist. Love Q, crazy Q. And Q was important because he did a photo shoot. He was the stylist on a photo shoot for Vibe Vixen magazine. This is how long ago, when Vibe Vixen was really amazing. And he was the stylist on set, and it was a photo shoot of the staff of Vibe Vixen. And I had a friend a client at the time, Janelle and Zandalay, who worked for Vibe Vixen, and they wanted hair. And they said, if you give us the hair, we'll tag you in this, saying it was supplied by this company. And I had just started a website. No one knew about this. So when that photo shoot was done, and Q was a stylist, and he styled the hair to look amazing. And in this magazine was this little byline hair company, Treated Hair. And that actually, and I tell Q and I tell Janelle and I tell Zandalay all the time, thank you. Because this is 2000, oh gosh, might have been 2005. This is a long time ago.
Yeah,
and or 2006. And that propelled me to another stage, because now I'm in this magazine, and now more people are reaching out to me. I'm not sure Angela found me, but she did. I'm not sure if it was through her stylist at the time, but she's been with me for a long time. But the brand, the product is amazing. I must say so myself. I've been wearing it for forever. And so with this great, amazing product I sell, and the connection with the stylist, it's helped my brand in so many ways. To be honest, I don't know if I was to start now, I would have the same success that I've had over the past 15 years, because it's a much different ballgame now. But those relationships have definitely propelled my company to the next level. The stylists want to use a product, they use it on their celebrity clients, the clients love it, the clients then become clients of mine, and some of them are actually friends. So I'm really grateful for that.
So this really demonstrates the power of networking and building those relationships.
Those relationships are so important, and I've done things that I actually have stepped away from. Like I said, there was a point. So at the end of last year, I started looking back at my company, going, Karen, I think you're becoming complacent. You're comfortable. You get comfortable, and you have to then go back to the drawing board. So, because I used to do a lot of events, and so those are things that I did that I now realize I should have not stopped or slowed down on. So speaking to people who are building their brands out there, those are so important for networking events. We did annual events, customer appreciation brunches, just inviting stylists and people to just have discussions, kind of like what we're doing now. And I did that in a brunch setting, and we would do that often. And over the years, I've kind of shied away from that. I got busy. I started doing other businesses and got distracted. I went into the restaurant business. All thanks to Treated Hair allowing me to be successful enough to diversify my portfolio in those senses. But then you have to remember, this is my baby. This is that brand, and you have to treat your brand. I'm sorry, my nails are not done, COVID, but we're stuck at home. But I was able to get my makeup done by the amazing Janelle today. But you have to treat that brand.
Don't feel bad. I recently got my nails done, very recently.
Lucky you.
With some serious luck.
But you have to continuously work on your brand. You cannot stop. You cannot shy away. You cannot slow down. You can't think you've made it and this is it. You have, because, the world is constantly changing. Marketing tools and the dynamics of those things are constantly changing. So you have to always work on the brand. You have to see what's happening out there, what's new, what are the trends. And like I said, everything is not for everyone. You don't have to follow every trend, but you should be aware of what's happening in your industry. Whatever product you sell, whatever service you sell, you should be aware of what's going on, what's new.
Right. I want to go back a little bit about the event portion of things, because sometimes as entrepreneurs, we're challenged with deciding what events to do, especially if there's a cost attached to it.
Right.
You know, and I find some Caribbean-based entrepreneurs do no events at all. So take us through how you decide what events make sense and how you plan accordingly for what those events are going to be. And why they are important.
They're important for networking, like going back to networking, and important to having that in-person relationship with your clients. I'm in a business with business now. People want to have a more personal touch to it. So I think even now more so than then, it's important to have events if you could afford it. And sometimes it is costly and you can't. So you have to find other means of having, and you could do online. You know, now we're doing this because of COVID and not being able to have, you know, your amazing weekend series in person. But people who can't afford to do that can do stuff like this. And you know, social media there's so many things you can do now. But it's important to have events, to have panel discussions. You know, I had events where I had panel discussions. I had makeover events. We did a lot of cancer makeover events for women who've gone through, who've survived or gone through cancer, breast cancer and other types of cancer. So those are things that were important to us to do to one, give back, and also reach out to our clients, our true beauties. You know, that's their hashtag for our clients, the true beauties. And to reach out to them and have a personal relationship and have that, because people want that experience. And so they themselves then can network amongst each other, you know. Right. So that's so important. So you're building brand awareness. People are inviting their friends who might not even have been aware about, you know, your brand or your product. So the word spreads. So you're building brand awareness, but you're also bringing people together in a feel-good moment. And that's important.
Yeah.
And
you
sharing
actually
information.
do a mix of events, though. Like it sounds like you do your internal events, and you also do, because the last event I saw you at was Essence, and that's a pretty big event.
Yes, that's that was last year.
How do you balance the two types of events?
And that's where, so there's so many events. We used to do a customer appreciation brunch, an annual brunch for customers. You know, and we'll have at those brunches like a panel discussion, a subject of that year, whether it's women's health or hair health or whatever it is. That would be the discussion. And then we've had, which is a part of our give back community in helping women who have gone through cancer and giving them a makeover. Making them feel really great about themselves and just lifting their spirits. And then we do marketing events. I've done, you know, all the trade shows, the Bronner Brothers. And at Essence, that was a marketing event. We were launching Marlo Hampton's wig line, which is a wig line created with true Indian hair. So that's what we did at Essence. So that was a whole different event. So so you have the marketing side, which is all a part of marketing anyway. But then we have the give back, which is just us giving back. Specifically to women who are going through cancer, and then you have the give back to our clients, the brunch. And so yeah, it's all important to have events and it's all in the name of love and having clients have that relationship and that personal experience with the brand, and I'm always involved in that process. So that, you know, I am the face of my company. I'm behind the scenes, but you know, I want people to know that it's a company owned by a Black woman, a Black Caribbean woman.
Yes.
A Black woman from Jamaica, from Flatbush, Brooklyn. You know.
Yes.
So I want that message out there that, you know, these are things that we can achieve. I have a company that has been doing well for quite a long time.
Very true.
Knocking on wood, that I'm still here, still standing, and still successful. You know, it's not often that we find small businesses are able to generate seven figures. So that's important for other women to know that it's possible. And I'm no expert in marketing and branding, but I'm still learning. I still made mistakes. I made a huge mistake in a restaurant I did a few years ago, lost $500,000 in that business because I didn't do my research. What I did, it didn't, it was painful. It was a super expensive lesson,
Yeah.
but it didn't stop me. And it didn't deter me from being a business person and trying other business. I might not do that business again, but I've learned a lot from that. So, my story is to tell people, one, never stop trying and always keep marketing, keep learning. You have to keep learning. And when you make a mistake, failure is you fail when you give up. That business didn't work in the sense it failed for me, but it wasn't a failure because I didn't give up. I'm still standing here. I'm still doing other business. I do real estate. So you learn and you move on.
Yeah.
So that's all a part of it.
I'm so glad that you said that, because it's part of the whole reason why we do the whole Caribbean Posh Girl Power Brunch, to remind Caribbean women that we can do these things and we can be successful. Yes, we might make mistakes along the way, but hopefully we learn from them and just keep trucking. And I think I get excited when I meet people like you who just demonstrate that so well.
Yeah, that's important for me, for other women, especially minority women and Caribbean women, to know that this is possible. This is why I even do stuff like this, and because I honestly hate public speaking. I say that, and my friends know this. I say it all day long. I stumble over my words. Everything goes blank. I did an interview a couple days ago on New York One, and I don't even want to see it. Because I feel like I get so nervous and worked up about it, but I still continue to take these things on because people need to see me and know that this is possible. This business is possible. I've been with you for 15 years, and I started from that. So but it's all about hard work. You have to put in the work. You have to know what you're selling. What's your product? Who you're selling to? Why you're selling it? Like, building a business, building a brand, it's all about that. You can't just get up and go, oh, I see Karen doing well, I'm going to go sell hair. Why are you selling hair? Who are you going to target? I guess some people, and it's a good thing too, for people to see you doing it and be motivated. But you have to find your own niche and your own, and it's great because I tell people all the time, I actually mentor people who want to sell hair, and people kind of think like, well, why would you do that? They're trying to be competitors, but it's okay. There's room for everyone, but you also have to have your own plan, because what worked for me might not work for you, and you have to be willing to do the work. You have to put the work in. You can't just get up and see my success and think that's going to happen. And it's great if it could happen overnight, but it often does not happen overnight. I didn't get to where I'm at. It's like I said, it's gone on 16 years I've been in the game, and I didn't start seeing the success until like 3 years after, and the real success came like 5 years after I started. The first 2 years I was just like, I wanted to give up, but I didn't, and I made so many mistakes. Like I said, I had no business plan, I had no marketing plan, because there's so many things in business that you have to understand behind the scenes to make it work. One is it's not this pretty logo and that's it. It's coming up with a plan, and then you have to understand the financial part of it. I always talk about the taxes that that I wasn't aware that I would have to pay, and making sure your paperwork is in order. All those things. So it's not just waking up and opening an Instagram account and putting up pretty pictures and that's it. That's not it. You have to do the real research. So you could be better than me and bigger than me. I'm all for that. I want us all to win.
So Karen, it's really interesting that you actually help because there are a lot of people that are selling hair. There are a lot of hair salons that also hair or independent hair sellers, but you actually take time out to help some of them.
I do. Sometimes oh, sorry, go ahead.
It's okay. I was wondering, what is the distinct difference with your brand of hair to other hair brands we see out there? How do we know the difference? And what is the dialogue with the other hair entrepreneurs that you might be engaging with to help them push forward?
You know, the difference. It's all about, for me, it's the quality. I've been in the business for a long time, and we have I can't give away all our secrets, but it's just making sure our customers are getting the best quality virgin hair extensions and wigs. And I am a walking billboard for my company. And so it's like, I always tell people, I am wearing what you're wearing. And oftentimes people go, oh, I want what the celebrities are wearing. There is no difference in what you see that Youssef put on Rihanna, or that, you know, Chrisette Michelle's wearing, or Angela Hunt's wearing, or that, you know, Taraji P. Henson's wearing. There's no difference with what they're getting, what I'm sending to their stylists, what they're buying, versus what the customers want, because it's all the same. There's no special line for celebrities and a different line for customers. So it's all the same great quality. You're getting that quality. You know, we used to have a tagline that says, it's not just for celebrities, but it's for the star in you, because it's the same quality everyone's getting. It's high-end hair extensions that goes through a system of filtering out hair that doesn't qualify for this product line, keeping those hairs out. It's hair extensions. I'm not saying we've never had a problem, but we make sure, you know, our quality assurance system is set up to make sure we're providing the best quality hair extensions. We're not getting bundles from Alibaba. You know, it's nothing. I'm not saying that, but our hair is different quality. We're not getting those bundles. This is why we can't do those 300-400 deals that some people are doing, and there's nothing against it, because that's what some people could afford, and you could find great hair there. But we have a system is a part of our brand. It's what we sell, because you are your product, your brand is your business, it's your representation. So we can't shy away from that. We can't switch it up and now try to give you something for $100 when it's not possible because of the product that we sell. So our product is an amazing product. But as far as helping and mentoring other businesses to do the same thing, I always tell them, I can't give you my sources, but I could give you information and share the mistakes that I made and share ideas with you in how to build your business. So I'll sit with them. I'm part owner of a factory in that supplies my hair in India. But I can't give you that. But I could tell you when you get the hair, especially if you're starting out small, to make sure you're testing your hair. You're getting virgin hair, you're not familiar with it. You should make sure before you sell to a client, one, if you're someone that wears extensions, you should wear it yourself and test it out. You should wash the bundles to make sure when you're washing it's not tangling. You should color it to make sure it actually colors. It's virgin hair and it just doesn't go to a dark brown shade when you're trying to get a blonde. If that happens and it can't go beyond a dark brown, that's not virgin hair. That's some type of processed hair. You can't tell your customers you're selling virgin hair and it's not performing the way it should. So these are this is what I was sitting and tell them about, and just share certain information in marketing. I actually help someone, mentor someone in business, and they're doing well. And I said, wow, she's got more followers more than me now. But I'm happy for her. But it's like, this is someone that I mentored. You know, because there's room for everyone. If these Asian beauty suppliers, beauty supply stores could work together, and you have one store here and one store 2 blocks away, and they're all surviving, why can't we? Why can't we? And, you know, extensions is not just a Black people thing. My Manhattan store, my Midtown store sells to everyone. I have a lot of Caucasian clients, a lot of Asian clients. Believe it or not, I have Indian clients. Just about everyone, especially in my Midtown store, that buys hair. So it's not just a Black person thing. Hair extensions, everyone wears hair extensions now. You know, and people are now proud to say it. When the Kardashians started saying they're wearing wigs, and then people are like, oh, you know, before people would hide these things. Now they're proud to say they're wearing extensions. So,
it has changed. Now we just say, I'm wearing this unit.
I'm wearing a unit. You know, change it up. I had on, I had blonde last week. Now I'm brunette. So it's no longer that embarrassing thing. And today's wigs and hair extensions are no longer your grandma's wigs and hair extensions. They're a completely different ballgame.
Right.
It's completely different.
Protective styling.
If you're selling something, if you're selling a product, if you're selling a service, and you're creating a brand around it, you just have to make sure it's a good product, and your service is a great service. That's just an important part of building a brand, because your brand is your reputation.
Definitely.
Your brand is your reputation. So that's an important part of it.
So have you been home to Jamaica doing some mentoring?
No, I have not. I have one person in Jamaica that emailed, and I gave her some advice, but not mentoring like that. And it's sometimes hard to mentor everyone because I have so many people reach out to me, and I've had to say no sometimes because of my time. I actually, like I said, sat down and was like, I have to refocus on true Indian hair. Like I had stepped away and was doing the restaurant business and dabbled in real estate. And my business over the years, we still do great, but I've seen some decline in sales. And I feel that's a part of not being consistent with the branding. So I am learning, as much as I've been in the business for so many years, that consistency matters. And I knew that, but like I said, you become complacent sometimes and you mess up. So, consistency matters. You have to be consistent with your branding and your audience and building that relationship and have, they want to have an experience, and you have to make sure you give them that experience.
Yeah.
So I haven't mentored anyone, particularly like a company or someone specifically in Jamaica, other than one person emailed me and I gave her some advice. But my mentees, they tend to be more based here in the States.
Do you think you'll ever do, like, I see some entrepreneurs doing like master classes and stuff like that. Do you see yourself ever doing something like that?
I've been asked to. I have to work on my public speaking, and I've been working on it. I have to. I think for me to do that, because I beat myself up. I'm hard on myself. So I beat myself up a lot. So I have to work on that. But yes, I can see myself doing that. I'm always striving to improve who I am and what I represent for my people. So I know that's something that I feel I need to work on. So I'm always taking on the opportunities so I could do it, even though inside, I know you, so I'm comfortable, and which is a great thing. But when it's like a stage, like I'm a mentor for it's called We NYC, which is a SBS, a New York City program that I mentor other small businesses. So I am on the committee for that. And so with that, they will book you to speak at, New York Public Library to a group of women who are speaking for the event, kind of like this. I still get so nervous doing that. And, sometimes it's a small group of 15, sometimes it's 100. And you don't know where these people are coming from, who they are, and the questions that are going to be thrown at you. So, I took that on, that, I take these challenges on so I could grow. So I keep doing it. And also it's a way for me to give back, because it's something I do for New York City small business. It's not a paid thing. It's me volunteering my time and just sharing my information, sharing my knowledge about small business and that I've learned in my business, and my mistakes.
Definitely. Well, Karen, I think we're just about on our time now. I want to thank you for taking the time out today to just share. Yeah.
I'm just getting heated out.
I know you're just getting warmed up, right? I'm literally warm now because I'm like out poolside.
I want to be there. Oh my God,
I want you here with me too.
I can't wait for travel to be open up so I could I need a vacation to just like go and
I know.
Lay on the beach and just relax and sip on something like I'm sipping on now, but just be poolside or just cheers. But I'm looking at you and I'm just like, oh my God, I want to be there. I want to be there. Look at you. This is like a perfect setting.
Oh my God.
I'm so jealous.
And I have to send you one of my weekend bags, the Caribbean POSHgirl weekend bags.
Oh yes, please do. So I have a surprise for you. I don't know how you're doing your gifting, but I do want to give. I don't know how you're going to do it or how you're going to choose. I don't know if you have a thing going on, but definitely gift 2 bundles of hair to someone watching, someone out there. So I don't know
someone
how you
out
do
there.
the gift. Yeah, but let you figure it out and let me know, and that's a true Indian hair gift to someone in your audience.
Definitely. Thank you so much. Karen, you are the best. You definitely got to do that master class because I know you have so much that you would love to share and help other Caribbean women grow. And, you know, just keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you so much. This is really awesome. And I can't wait, you know, when you have it next year in person.
Yes.
Even if I'm not speaking, I would just love to be there. I mean, in support and just and also enjoy the weather and the weekend. Thank you. You're doing an amazing job.
2021.
You have an amazing platform, amazing online. You're doing amazing. I really appreciate this. Keep doing what you're doing. Your branding is awesome. So
you're inspiring me.
Thank you. Cheers, everyone. Thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers. Bye, guys.
Bye.
I'll be watching there. I was watching early. I'm going to be watching again later. This is really awesome.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Yes. You want top of power?
You want top of power?
Join the prepaid party with CCT and enjoy more affordable data plans, more top-up promotions, more savings with hero bundles, and more value for your money each and every Tuesday with Top Up Turn Up Tuesday. Visit a CCT store today or anywhere CCT Top Up is sold and top up your phone.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. You want top of power?
A pleasant good morning. Posh girls.
Hey! Sweet memories for the ladies.
Hey yo, Double M.
And Tyra Smiley.
Oh gosh, man.
Yeah. Hey, let we make a memory. Ooh, I can feel it in my heart. Hey, feel it in my soul. And I can feel when we're apart. Girl, I want you to know when I'm with you, you're all I need. You're taking over me, and I would never leave. When I'm with you, I don't ever feel like letting go. Don't let me go.
So let we make a memory. We jamming, girl, picture way like a movie. They'll be watching way. So let we make a memory. Take a shot inside a year. Hustle until we meet up again. So let we make a memory. Do something that's new to me. Make something that we could share. Post it up inside a year. So let we make a memory. They looking for we to friend. I guilty and take the blame. Up against the wall again. I come out here now, we on this day.
We're coming.
And this experience is everything. Tomorrow will be another day.
I'm Charlotte Moore, and I'm a proud Caribbean posh girl.
Coming now, look, we coming. And we ready to go hard again. We coming again. And after that, you know they go target. Because they go be calling we name. They calling we name. So let we make a memory. We jamming, girl, picture way. Like a movie, they'll be watching way. Girl, let we make a memory. Take a shot inside a year. Hustle until we meet up again. So let we make a memory.
John, and you already know I'm a posh girl.
Girl, I can feel it in my heart, yeah. Feel it in my soul, and I can feel when we're apart. And I want you to know when I'm with you, you're all I need. You're taking over me, and I would never leave.
What's up, everyone? My name is Fiona Compton, and I am a Caribbean posh girl.
Don't let me go.
So let we make a memory. We jamming that picture way. Like a movie, they'll be watching way. So let we make a memory. Take a shot inside a year. Hustle until we meet up again. So let we make a memory. Do something that new to me. Make something that we could share. Post it up inside a year. Let we make a memory. They're looking for we two friends. I can see and take the blame. Up against it.
I'm a posh girl.
Look on, we're coming. Look on, we're coming. Look on, we're coming. Look on, we're coming.
Hey there! Turn up the volume on your day with a cosmopolitan cocktail. First things first, pour a dash of Cointreau into your shaker. Invite vodka to the party, but not too much. Cranberry juice, and of course, fresh lime juice. Now add that ice, shake it till you can't shake it no more. Strain into a glass, top it off with a twist of orange peel, and voila! Perfect cocktail. Bravo! Do try this at home and enjoy responsibly. Cointreau, the art of the mix.
Is business slow, cash flow down, hosting an upcoming event? We can help. Advertise with 284 Media and take your business or event to the next level by enhancing your present marketing and messaging strategies. Allow our team of experts to create a personalized ad that sets your business apart from all the rest. This could be your business or event. So, what are you waiting for? Contact our marketing team at 284media@cctbvi.com. Advertising with us works.
Hello, my Caribbean posh ladies. I hope you all are ready for brunch, because I am. My name is Janette. I'm former Miss US Virgin Islands. Currently, I'm a TV host and producer in Los Angeles for the Zeus Network. I am also I don't know if some of you remember, the first host for the Caribbean Posh Brunch. Now let me tell you, that was an experience like no other. One that is so special and I will hold on to for the rest of my life. So first and foremost, I want to send some love, some congratulations, and just appreciation to Janette, Brin, and the rest of the Caribbean Posh team for always being a prime example of what it takes to be a Caribbean woman, one that is resilient, one that is just strong, innovative, creative, and will find ways to make things happen once there's a will. And you ladies have done it this year, so congratulations for continuously providing a space where we're able to celebrate each other, even if we're not physically in a room with each other. So thank you. I remember when I was called to host the first brunch. When I tell y'all, nerves, I was so nervous because not only was I in an interesting time in my personal life where it was sort of a transition period for myself where I was questioning my career. I wasn't sure that, I had anything to bring to the table to offer the women in the room, and these ladies were talented, they were brilliant, they were so accomplished. And so, walking into the room, I had nerves, my stomach was in knots, but I remember opening the door and just the love and the reception and the smiles and the beautiful faces that I was greeted with. And those nerves quickly turned to just appreciation. It turned to, excitement and, understanding that the mission was so much bigger than just me. It was about uplifting each other, celebrating each other, and just being in a room where we can learn and grow together. I also want to take this opportunity to shout out the women in my life, in my inner circle that continue to motivate me, to be there, to support me. My mom, one of the most selfless women I know, Elizabeth Torres. My sisters, Janella John, businesswoman, former cop, and Jolisa, DJ Mojo, who's an entertainer extraordinaire herself. And so I'm so appreciative of them. I'm appreciative of my best friends, Trin, CEO, my love mom, Pat Martinez, just so many women that have come in my life and continue to inspire me and push me to be the best version of myself. So today, I want to remind you ladies to check in on your sisters, check in on them. These are trying times and we have to be there for each other, to support each other, to love on each other, to celebrate each other. Call your sister who has 2 kids and is juggling, taking care of them at home while doing Zoom calls for work. Check in on your sister who is struggling to get her own business off the ground during these times. Check in on your sister who just may need someone to talk to. We are here for each other, and we are the best versions of ourselves when we support each other, when we love on each other, and when we celebrate each other. So let's take today, this moment, this opportunity to do just that. Love each other, celebrate each other, grow with each other, and just be the best versions of ourselves. Ladies, congratulations, you are here. Let's be present. Let's take this moment for what it is, and let's brunch.
Hey Posh Girls, I'm still here, poolside at the Alfresco Villa. I have to take a moment to shout out 284 Media on the production end, helping me stay connected to you guys. Shout out to Bella Blooms on the event decor, both yesterday and today. And at all our brunches, if you've been to a Posh Girl Power Brunch, you know how we do it. Decor, Bella Blooms. I'm soon gonna get Jabari at Tropics to top me up on my cocktail. But right now we're getting ready for Money Matters with Melinda Bell of Abstract Finance out of Barbados. So I told you we were connecting with Caribbean women from around the Caribbean. So she's gonna teach us all about money manners. Melinda, you there? You hearing me?
I'm here.
Hey.
I'm right here.
I see you had a Bajan accent coming already. I love it.
Definitely.
Melinda, thank you so much for joining us today. We're ready for you. You ready?
Yes, I am. Totally ready.
Money matters. Teach us, because a number of us are not so good when it comes to planning the finances and all that good stuff. So we got you. You got us, or
I got you.
Yes.
I definitely got you.
All right, take it away, Melinda.
Okay, sure. So, hi everyone. My name is Melinda and I'm from Barbados, and I consider it a privilege to be here today to talk about money, talk about financial matters, and talk about, how, money could be useful and it could impact your life. So what I'm going to do now is share my screen to my presentation, and then we'll get started. So if there are any other questions you have, feel free to message me at the end. I am more than available. So let's get started. Okay, so today we're talking about money matters. This is a master class in money matters for girl bosses with your girl boss, Melinda. That would be me. So the name of my company is Astrape Finance, and we've been around for 8 years now. So that's a worthy milestone. So the word Astrape means is a Greek word meaning light shining of a gleam of a lamp. Hence why our logo is a lighthouse. And we are the caring, knowledgeable, trustworthy financial company guiding you to financial stability and prosperity through education, sound planning, and advice. And our mission is to be the leading financial education company providing resources on personal and business financial management in the Caribbean. I also produce and would have come up with another initiative, Money Matters with Melinda, because I felt very strongly that someone needed to be talking to people, explaining money matters and providing clarity. So with this initiative, what we're seeking to do is to bring transformation to your money life through information and inspiration. So you're probably wondering who Melinda is. So if I'll stop sharing my screen for a minute. Right. So this is my personal background. I am someone that didn't really plan on this career in finance. It was that I realized that this was my calling and my purpose. Believe it or not, while I was growing up, I had very, very strong issues with subtraction. And I really, really made an effort to run away from finances, to run away from numbers. So because I didn't fully understand it, I decided that I wanted to run away from it. But my first job was in accounting within a law firm. So that's when I understood that this was my passion and my purpose, because I fell strongly in love with it. And I have that unique ability and gift to make things plain and easy to understand. And that would be that gift of teaching that's inside of me. So if there are any of you who are wondering, how am I going to make income? How am I going to make a living? Especially, I may have been laid off. I may have been let go from a job. My income has become suddenly reduced. So I just wanted to take this time to encourage you and tell you that you can make money with your skills. I speak, I coach, I train, I counsel. So it's those natural abilities that I have that make me money. So I just wanted to give you a little background as to who I was. Believe it or not, I started this company with $0. You heard correctly. I had no money whatsoever, and I just built it from the ground up. So throughout the presentation, I'll be talking about, my personal story and how I went along building the company. So let's continue with the presentation. Yes. So who is the Caribbean posh girl? She's elegantly or stylishly luxurious. Because I definitely decided that I would look up the definition of posh. And that was the definition that came to me. All right. So The Caribbean Posh Girl is a girl boss, and she's a girl boss in her business finances. She's a girl boss in her personal finances. So what is the boss up objective today? Because we're going to boss up ladies today, especially with our finances. We're going to get to know our business and our personal numbers better. We're going to bring out the financial leader in all of us, and it's in you. So let's talk about the definition that I came up with, financial leadership. Financial leadership is giving your money purpose and direction. Financial leadership is giving your money purpose and direction. So you give your money purpose with goals. And I'm going to be talking about the business aspect because I believe that some of you are entrepreneurs. So we are really going to talk about stepping up our entrepreneurial game. Also, we give our money direction with a budget, and I'll explain that in greater detail later. So let's say you're the CEO of a company like I am, and there are different departments. There's human resources, there's marketing, there's finance, there's accounting, and there is manufacturing. But the problem is sometimes we don't pay special attention to the money aspects of our business. We don't pay attention to finance, and we don't pay attention to accounting. So I'm going to talk about how you can take charge of your business finances. So a girl boss is definitely a boss in her business finances, but she must have a business finance plan. And that earlier would have made mention to writing your business plan. But I think the key area of any business plan is the numbers, are the numbers. So what's in your business finance plan? If you're thinking about starting a company right now, like I mentioned earlier, maybe you have reduced income, maybe you've lost a job, maybe you've been laid off. So you're probably wondering, how are you going to make money? Okay. So business finance plan, these are the different aspects of it. So how do you fund the beginning or continuation of your business? Because for some, it may be that you're beginning, and then it may be for some, you may have been down, may have been closed due to the COVID pandemic. So therefore, you may need to think about ways that you're going to continue your business. So when I started the company, remember I said I started my company with $0. I had no money whatsoever. And what I did is that I made an effort to use the sales that came into the company, and I reinvested it back into the company. What's this term called, reinvestment? I'll tell you. So the different things that I did, I made sure I reinvested the money towards getting a logo done. I reinvested the money in terms of attending different networking opportunities and events just to let people know this is what I'm doing, this is what I'm here for, and this is the solution that I have to offer. So essentially, what you're doing is that you're using the money from your sales to make towards the company's growth, towards the company's expansion, okay? And in some instances, because if you're looking to run a product-based company, some people would definitely need to invest money into the company. So when I say capital, I mean capital as in money from yourself, the funds that you would deposit into your company. So in some instances, there's some people who may want to start a bakery. So there are different startup costs that you would need to consider. And the startup costs that I'm talking about are, you might need to purchase equipment, you might need to purchase pans, and those different things in order to be opened for business. And in some instances, people may opt for loans. And if I can tell you about my personal story as relates to my business, because I made a very special effort to make sure that I kept my numbers. If I'm in the numbers business, I definitely have to make sure that I'm actually living out what I'm teaching people. And what I did is that I needed a company car. I needed a way to get around so that I could service my clients and have meetings and meet more potential clients. So what I did is that I made sure that I had all of my finances together, my financial statements. And once I had historical information about how the company would have performed, then I was granted the loan. because my company was seen as being profitable and being quite able to afford the loan. And then in some instances, some people may need to look for investors, and also investors require that you actually have all of your financial information together. So these are the different considerations as it relates to funding your business, because a business will not run if there's no cash flowing through it. Let me be real with you. So how do you make money? How do you make that possible? These are the different questions that you need to ask yourself, because I was somebody that wasn't really strong about selling who I was, because I thought that by, speaking highly of myself, it meant that I was being arrogant. It meant that I was just showing off. But really and truly, I need to show people that I have the ability to help you, and I have a solution for you that can make your life better. So how do I make money? Is it that you're going to sell a product, or is it that you're going to sell a service? When I say products, I talk about t-shirts. I talk about skincare products. I talk about candles. I talk about clothing. That's what I mean in terms of products. And then when I'm talking about service, it may be a nail service. It may be a hair salon service. It may be an accounting service. That's what I'm referring to. And I don't want you to not having to work with someone in order to make income. Just as our wonderful Janette would have had the brilliant idea of hosting this virtual brunch, she brought on different women from various backgrounds and with various expertise and specialities who would have made this brunch a total success. So don't not working with other people. You're not going to know everything. You're going to have your unique perspective, and you're going to be your own unique brand. But there may be someone that you could work with that could complement you. And once the two of you, or two or three more of you, combine together, then you have the ability to make money together. Here are the other options. Do I sell in person? It might have been easier before this COVID pandemic came to actually have meetings in person and talk to people in person. But what I'm noticing is that there are entrepreneurs who are actually building websites, and what they're doing is that they're making their products or services available for sale online. So in the midst of this, it may mean for some of us that we would have to adjust with the present times. And I've had to make that same adjustment. I actually have my consultations online, and it's been working great. And if anybody wants to pay me, well, they transfer it to my bank account. So it's quite possible to make money in these present times. Now, one key aspect of being a girl boss is knowing your business numbers, and we cannot run away from it. So in order to know your business numbers, you need to have these certain aspects in place. A business bank account, and I can't really stress how important this is for any business owner to have a business bank account, because lending institutions, believe it or not, they ask for bank statements because they want to see the money flowing in, the amount of money flowing in, and they want to see the amount of money flowing out. Which leads me to my next point about a deposit book. It's really important to deposit all of the money that you earn onto your business bank account because it looks good. You can see the money going in and you can see the money going out. And that's why I would recommend for some people, if possible, to have a checking account, because you write checks and you issue them, and it's easier for you to track your spending. I know in these present times, it may be iffy right now to use that, but I'm sure that there's some financial institutions that will allow you to open a bank account without having to use a checkbook, but they may allow you to make withdrawals, or they may allow you to make transfers. I think most banking institutions allow you to make bank transfers. Okay, so you could do that as well. Again, you need to be able to record your business transactions either through accounting software or an app. Now, there's a free app that I always talk about, and most of my clients are aware of this and they use this presently. It's called Wave Apps. And you can go to their website, waveapps.com. And what this does is that it allows you to create an account. You can send your invoices to your clients. You can record the money coming in for payments. Because I know sometimes we have issues with receivables because we're not sure which clients actually owe us and how much they owe us. So it's really, really important to have this system in place. Also to keep track of your payables. When I say payables, money that you're paying out for different expenses. So what this does is it's like a hub where you can house all of your financial transactions. And it's user-friendly in my opinion and very easy to use. But the wonderful thing about using accounting software or using an accounting app is that it helps you to generate financial statements which actually give you an idea of where the company is going, how the company is performing. So if we could take a closer look at these different types of financial statements, and I do have examples for you. So financial statements help you navigate your business, okay? So an income statement is very crucial because it measures the profitability of the business. And don't be intimidated by the jargon. All it means is that once your sales are bigger than your expenses, you're being profitable. But if it is that you're dishing out more money than making money, then we have a little issue. And the balance sheet simply reports on the net worth of the company. How much is your company valued at? Which is why I say it's very, very crucial. If you haven't been keeping track of your numbers and your financial statements, when it's time for applying for a loan or receiving money or acquiring an investment from an investor, they're going to want to see, your balance sheet as well. So I actually do have a couple of examples because I would have taught a course on financial projections, how to, project the performance of the company. And it's really important, especially as part of your finance plan, to have an idea of how you see the company performing, which is why I say knowing your numbers is crucial. So this is an example. This is not actual client. So I practice strict confidentiality, okay? So this simply shows, this is a 3-year projection of an income statement, the revenue, cost of goods sold. And when I say cost of goods sold, all it is that the amount of money that you spend to make a product ready. So if you are a baker, like I mentioned earlier, or in this example, you would have purchased eggs, flour, and those different things, those ingredients in order to make the product ready. So that's what is meant by cost of goods sold and your gross profit. And then you deduct your different expenses. So the gross profit is calculated by subtracting the revenue from cost of goods sold to give your gross profit. And then you total your expenses to get the profit and loss, the profit or loss. So in this instance, there's a profit of $12,470 because we would have subtracted $35,400 from $22,930. So it's important to know these numbers. And again, with the accounting software or an accounting app, they can generate these reports for you. So you don't necessarily need to be a qualified accountant in order to do so. And then let's look at the balance sheet. Net worth is calculated by subtracting your total assets from your total liabilities. So the total assets are, in this instance, $31,960. And when I say assets, don't be afraid, meaning the amount of things that you own, which would be the mixers, in this instance, or cash that you have. And then in some instances, you may have a loan, okay? So it's just simply subtracting the total assets from your total liabilities in order to show what your net worth is. If it is that you're indebted and your liabilities, you owe more than you own, well, then that's a different challenge altogether. So which is why I said it's very, very important to ensure you know your numbers and see where the money is going. Now, the reason why I talked about having a business bank account I think in some instances and at some point, some entrepreneurs, female entrepreneurs, struggle with separating their business from their personal finances. And yes, we spend so much time taking care of our business finances, but in some instances, we forget to take care of ourselves. So the reason why I said to set up a business bank account, the reason why is that with that, when you're looking to take care of your personal expenses, you pay yourself out of the business bank account, which is why I stress heavily on acquiring a business bank account if you've never done so, okay? So along with taking care of your business finances, and please don't feel pressured to have to do it all. If it is that you think you need to hire someone to take care of your business finances, by all means do that. You don't necessarily have to do it all. You know your strengths, you know your weaknesses, because you really want to be focusing on the key aspect of the business that you're strongest in. Okay, so a girl boss in her business and her personal finances. So she has a personal finance plan as well, okay? So what's in your personal finance plan, you may wonder? Well, these are the different aspects. Now, don't feel pressured to think that you should have all of these covered. We are all at different journeys on our financial walks where we are just walking out our unique course. But it's good to know what aspects of a personal finance plan we should be thinking about. And the wonderful thing about financial planning is that you don't need to have money in order to have a financial plan. I'll repeat that again. You don't need to have money in order to have a financial plan. How else will you know what to do with your money when you finally acquire it, okay? So in some instances, you may want to acquire an asset. It may be a vehicle. You may want to acquire a home. You may want to acquire investment property. That's entirely up to you. In terms of managing debts, and I know this is something that, we struggle with sometimes. And at the beginning of this year, I decided to take audit because I have a goal that by the end of this year, I really want to pay off my car by the end of this year. So I took stock of where I'm at and how much money I need to set aside towards making that goal a reality. And now people may not know this, but you shouldn't have more than 35% of your income tied up in debt. And, it's something that you would have to work out. You just simply total your monthly loans and divide it by your gross income. And if it's more than 35%, then we have an issue. So it's important to really get our debt in order. Those consumer loans, those tend to add up. I don't have a credit card. I made that personal decision not to have one because I know myself. And if I see something, guess what? I'm going to swipe. That's how I know and understand myself. Okay. Then there's a plan to acquire insurance coverage should something happen to you. If some of you are mothers, you may not have an idea of how you're going to take care of your child. So you may want to consider acquiring some form of life insurance. That's entirely up to you. Life insurance is also useful for people who would have acquired mortgages because there are lending institutions who are requiring right now that if you do acquire a mortgage, that you have life insurance coverage attached to it. Should something happen to you, that life insurance coverage will be used to pay off that loan or to manage that mortgage. In some instances, there are insurance coverage for business owners. Should they become ill or should they stop working, you still receive some form of benefit. And of course, insurance is good for, for health. It's good for preserving your vehicle and your property. So it's really, really important. And then plan to build savings and investments. It's so crucial. I think we realize right now that having savings, emergency funds is really key and really crucial because right now I have to top mine back up. That's what happens. So it's really important to have money set aside for a rainy day. Also, it's important to have money set aside for big purchases that you're looking to make. And in some instances, you may want to save money towards investing. And I think that this is a very big topic of concern for women, because women may feel sometimes that they don't have the chance or enough income in order to make investments. And that whole discussion about, you know, the gap in pay for women versus men. So that's an ongoing discussion. But really and truly, you want to be able to ensure you have investments. There are different types of investments out there. There are mutual funds, there are shares. So it's really about, you know, becoming literate in that sense, or speak to someone like me who could navigate you, guide you towards the best investment options for you. Because once a company is transparent in that they're actually issuing financial statements that I shared earlier, once they're talking about the performance of their company and they're being audited, well, I consider those companies reputable. And then also a plan to retire. We're not all going to be young forever, but it's really important to ensure that in our old age that we actually have forms of income. And I remember a story where a lady was talking about, the nephew was talking about his aunt, and he went to help her. And he went into her house and he was hungry. So he looked in the cupboard and he saw dog food. And he said, "Dog food? Why is dog food here? My aunt doesn't have any dogs." And then she told him straight and simple, "That's the only thing that I could afford to buy." That's thinking for a minute. So it's really crucial and important to ensure that we have money set aside for ourselves in the future. And what's also key is that if you don't set aside money for retirement now, you're stealing money from your future self. So let that sink in for you. And planning your estate, what you leave behind, who gets what, having a will for your children, that is so crucial. You want to be very careful in who you entrust your children's care to, and be very specific about, you know, what we issue or who you distribute to. All right. Again, don't feel intimidated by the whole aspect. It's good to know what a financial plan looks like. Now, let's get into the meat of it. Knowing your personal numbers is key. It is super important. And I'll tell you why. Financial tools help you navigate your personal finances, okay? Remember I talked about financial leadership earlier? There are goals which give your money purpose. So when you give your money purpose, you're doing that via goal setting. And when you're giving your money direction, you're doing that via a budget, all right? And I'll break it down for you. So this is a goal sheet, all right? And sometimes we get so intimidated by having a grand vision and thinking that we need to have everything in place and everything's supposed to happen all at once. But you could break down your vision into bite-sized pieces. So you could decide, we could decide, because, you know, we would have had goals at the beginning of the year at 2020, thinking everything was going to be all right. But then we realized that, you know, Corona would have caused us to take a back seat and certain things would have to be delayed. We were not able to travel. We weren't able to do anything of the sort. So if you're thinking about your financial future and where it is that you want to go, because I think and I strongly believe that goal setting gives you something to hope for and to work towards. So although things may look bleak right now, what you want to do is to ensure that you still think about your plan. You still think about where it is that you want to go, and you write it down. And when you write it down, it gives you a sense of accomplishment, all right? So you could break your big vision down. There's nothing wrong with having a big vision. You could break your big vision down into short-term goals, which occur within a year or less, intermediate-term goals, which occur within 2 to 5 years, and long-term goals which occur within 6+ years, okay? So you can give yourself a date for it to accomplish it by, and then you can determine how much it would cost. How much would it cost you to pay off a certain debt? If you're in debt and you have $5,000 in debt, you could decide that, you know what, I'm going to pay this off within a year, okay? And intermediate term goals, what would you like to happen in 2 to 5 years? And long-term goals, what would you like to happen in 6+ years? So you could sit down and do this goal setting exercise for yourself, because then once you have an idea, once you have a vision of where it is that you want to go, then it becomes quite easier for you to budget your money, okay? So this is what a budget typically would look like, and I'm going to explain this to you, because once you have an idea of where it is that you would like to go, then you make sure that you put your money where it is that you want it to go. So I always tell my clients, before you even begin to budget, because I think sometimes we become despondent when we don't get it right. And I just wanted to tell you that budgeting is a lifetime practice. It is something that you're going to be learning and working at for the rest of your life, okay? But if you want to get an idea of how much to budget, there are 2 types of columns. There's the budgeted amount column and the actual column, all right? So how the budgeted amount column works is that if you have, let's say, $2,000 as a salary, you allocate the money to soup. But the wonderful thing about the actual column is that it allows you to keep track of every spending category. So let's say, for example, for groceries, you set aside $500, and in one shopping trip, you spend $200. So once you take away the $200 from the $500, then you'll know you'll have $300 left over, okay? So that's the purpose of it. It helps you to stick within a budget. It helps you to stick within your spending categories and to make sure you stay on track. But if you're not really confident about budgeting yet, take the time to track your spending for a month. See how much money you spend on coffee. See how much money you spend on gas. See how much money you spend on utilities, on your phone, on those different things, on your hair, on your makeup, all those different things. Once you have an idea of where your money is going, then you'll be able to budget accordingly because you actually have information. Now, this is the final slide. I just wanted to encourage you that a girl boss renews her money mindset. And I'm going to stop sharing the screen so that I can talk to you specifically about that. So sometimes with money management, believe it or not, your mindset affects the way you manage your money, how you think about yourself. And if you think about it, there is a pipe. Think about a clogged pipe, and the water is not going to flow through fully because it's pretty clogged up. So with money and with your mind, if your mind is cluttered and you're not thinking properly, for example, fear. Some of us may be feeling fear right now. We may be feeling intimidated by the present world affairs and may not think that we have a future. But with me, I know that if I look at what's not going right, what's going to happen is that I am going to be fearful, I'm going to be intimidated, and I am not going to do any work. I am not going to function. But what I have to choose to do is to look at what's going right. Look at the things that I have already accomplished for myself. Look at what I actually have. So rather start thinking, about, lack and there aren't any opportunities around. That's going to stagnate you on your financial walk because it's going to stop you in your tracks. Okay. So we just have to renew our mindset, and we could do this through 4 easy steps. Origin. Where's the origin of this behavior? Is it something that you were taught in the home? Did your peers tell you about differing views about money and all those different things? All right. So let's say, for example, you're too greedy to have more money. That's so that's how some people would think. Maybe you would have been raised in that way and that manner. But I think also sometimes people might think that money is evil, but money isn't evil. Money is a tool, and it's necessary for living, for passing down a legacy. So once we look at the origin of the behavior, thinking that there's lack, self-sabotaging, because sometimes we don't go after opportunities because we think that we're not worthy of it, or somebody would have made us feel that we were inadequate for it. That would have happened to me. I wanted to apply for a scholarship at university. And what happened was they said, unless I'm an A student, then I would be able to apply. So I stopped myself because of their opinion about me. And it's really important to identify, the genesis of the way you think about money. And once you become aware of that, then it's important, then you'll be able to change your mindset. So once you know the origin, and you'll be able to change your mindset and change your behavior, and then make sure that you charter your course for growth. So in conclusion, it takes discipline in order to become a financial leader, but you don't want to look down at the amount of money that you have right now and think that you can't accomplish anything. That's where the trouble occurs and comes in. So it's really important to renew the money mindset, to really see where it is that you're going and what it is that you want to accomplish, and really plan for it. Plan for your financial future. So I just really want to thank Janette, Brin, for having me. I trust that I would have done justice in this short space of time, because finance is a very broad topic and it would take a while to actually expound on it some more. My name is Melinda. I'm from Barbados. And you can find me on Instagram at Money Matters with Melinda. Anytime you want to talk to me, message me, you can contact me. And I'll make sure I make any resources available through Janette so that we can grow together as a community, because we're not in this alone. We're in this together, and we really want to thrive as a Caribbean community of women. So thank you. Certainly.
Am I here?
Yes, you are.
I was taking a break in the cool, us and checking out your presentation at the same time. Melinda, thank you so much. I hope you ladies have been taking notes. And definitely we have to share this presentation after. Would that be possible, Melinda?
Definitely. Oh, of course, for sure.
And did we share with them how to connect with you? Social media pages?
I can say it again. You can contact me on Instagram at Money Matters with Melinda, and you'll be able to find me there.
Nice. All right, so thank you once again, Melinda, over there in the beautiful island of Barbados. I hope things are good.
You. They're pretty
sunny?
okay.
Is that sunny like it is in Tortola today?
That's for sure. I'm trying not to sweat bullets here in front of you right now, so it's pretty hot.
Yeah. All right, so we'll catch up later.
We will.
All right. So Posh Girls, I need you to post your brunch pictures. Your cocktail, oh, well, I don't have my cocktail right now. Where is Jabari? I have to work on that. I'll get Jabari to get me a fresh cocktail. You get your fresh cocktail, post your pitch, be as creative as you wish. I have more Posh Girl weekend bags to give away, but the Posh Girl picks, the brunching picks, I need to give away that 3-day weekend stay at Four Seasons Nevis. you know you want to go. I want to go. Especially if you're tuning in from New York or California or wherever you are, you know you want to get to the Caribbean. And even us here in the Caribbean, we want to hop around and check out other Caribbean islands too, because there's so much to see, learn, and appreciate throughout the Caribbean. Posh Girls, I also have some makeup packets to give away. I have some EC soap products. So stay on live, check out the questions. First to answer those questions, you get a prize. We'll be right back up. We're talking law in just a minute with our sister from Trinidad. So hold tight, we'll be right back.
Lips International, what we say?
All right, welcome. My name is Nadia. I represent Lips International, ladies in pursuit of sound.
Ready or not, here I come.
We're just doing a little different for the Posh Caribbean Brunch. Let's go.
And take it slowly. Ready or not, here I come. You can't hide. Gonna find you and make you want me.
Now that I escape, sleep, walk away. Those who can relate know the world they kick. Jail bars, they golden gates. Those who fake, they break. When they meet their 400-pound mate, if I could rule the world, everyone would have a gun in the ghetto, of course. We get the up and on their horse. Kick around, drinking moonshine. I pour a sip on the concrete. But it is cease, but no, don't we? Why Clef's in a state of sleep, thinking about the robbery that I did last week. Money in the bag will look like a track. I wanna play with pelicans from here to Baghdad. Gun blast, think fast, I think I'm hit. My girl pinched my hips to see if I still exist. I think not, I'll send a letter to my friends. A born again hooligan, only to be king again.
Ready or not, here I come. You can't hide. Gonna find you and take it slowly. Ready or not, here I come. You can't hide. Gonna find you and make you
All right, we jamming. Happy Saturday!
But all he tells me is not to keep me near. I'm never leaving down, though I might mess around. It's only 'cause I need some affection. Oh, so I creep, yeah, just keep it on, but I know that's nobody.
Janette, what you drinking? What you drinking?
So I creep.
I got my Grey Goose going on.
Oh Lord have mercy, mercy, mercy. The man get me at the party, party, party. The whole of them
Diana King.
sexy. Watch them just follow me, follow me, follow me. Everywhere me go, the man them a rush me. Just a word for pretty boy, I want to love me. I need them love. Yes, I need them love. Show them know me sweet and me sexy. Everywhere me go, me say me ever ready. I need them love. Yes, I need them love. But I don't want somebody loving everybody.
These are the classics. These are the songs.
Kind of guy who only be mine. Oh, Lord have mercy. Shine fire when you want it. Only you can make me irate. Lips International. What is that? Sitting in our class, just drifting away, staring into the windows of the world. Yeah, I can't hear the teacher. It's supposed to call me at all. I don't see the bad boys trying to catch some play, 'cause I love it this one.
It's Posh Caribbean Brunch. What?
Baby. I'm a John Casanova. Me and Romeo ain't never been.
I need to everybody see everybody's dancing up on your feet.
Can't you see how much I'm really loving? Gonna sing it to you time and time again. Oh, Casanova.
Casanova.
Oh, Casanova. Casanova.
The party's where you're at, just let you know. Don't be tripping when you see us in the club. Just show a little love, represent your side like me. It's round here, if you step, you catch a hot one. My shot, but a couple of them down one. Belvedere in the rear of the club, pulled up on dubs, so we about to go.
Now turn it up. Y'all ready? Y'all ready?
We ain't playing, hang with those ladies, walk and say, hey,
where the party at?
Girls is on the way, but up a party at. Yes, we do. Models and models talking all of that. No, I can't forget about my love. Where the party at? And all my girls. Where the party at? I'm in the club. Where the party at?
No, we
the
were
party's where you're at. Everything say,
If you cannot wait for the actual Caribbean Posh virtual brunch, let me hear you say, we cannot wait for the return, right?
But I guess you didn't know. As I said, the story goes. Baby, now I got the flow. 'Cause I know it from the start. Baby, when you broke my heart, that I had to call my name. I'm sure you that I'm winning. Your love of mine. All those times I said that I love you. Your love of mine. Yes, I tried. Yes, I tried.
All right, we're going back. Back to some of the phenomenal women that is Caribbean, Posh Caribbean Brunch. Thank you. I'll be back later.
Oh,
Is business slow, cash flow down, hosting an upcoming event? We can help. Advertise with 284 Media and take your business or event to the next level by enhancing your present marketing and messaging strategies. Allow our team of experts to create a personalized ad that sets your business apart from all the rest. This could be your business or event. So, what are you waiting for? Contact our marketing team at 284media@cctbvi.com. Advertising with us works.
Yes. You want top of power?
You want top of power?
Join the prepaid party with CCT and enjoy more affordable data plans, more top-up promotions, more savings with hero bundles, and more value for your money each and every Tuesday with Top Up Turn Up Tuesday. Visit a CCT store today or anywhere CCT Top Up is sold and top up your phone.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. You want top of power?
And we're back. How you guys doing, Posh Girls? I wish you were with me. Don't you wish you were with me? I'm out here live from the British Virgin Islands at this beautiful villa known as Al Fresco Villa. Make sure you look them up because they are offering special rates for people who have been tuning into this live. If you want to join us in a BVI in 2021, this will be the perfect villa to book and enjoy with your girlfriends or your special boo, you know. Yes. So thank you, Jabari. Cheers. So up next we have all the way from Trinidad, Trini in the house. Another Trini. Are you ready, Celeste Haynes, attorney?
I am ready.
How you doing?
Can you hear me? I am good.
Can hear you.
I've been seeing you enjoying yourself.
Huh?
I've been seeing you enjoying yourself.
Oh, you saw? Yes, we try to do
I need
this.
to be there with you. I need your special juice.
Yes, I'm sending it. I'm sending it. I'm sending it to you. It's coming through the virtual line.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, let me start off by just saying thank you. We always give thanks for every moment, every opportunity to just share with each other, because with every moment that we're sharing, we're growing, we're learning, and all that good stuff. Positive energy is what Caribbean Posh is about. So we're so happy to do this and have you join us from Trinidad to share.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So we talking law,
Mm-hmm.
entrepreneurship law, or small business law.
Yes.
Everything
Yeah,
important
yeah.
that we
Law
need to
for
know to
entrepreneur.
get it together.
Yeah, yeah.
So tell me.
Okay, So, well, basically, as we had spoken on the phone, I've always felt that in the Caribbean entrepreneurship space, like us Caribbean people, we are so creative. We always find a creative solution for everything and a creative way to get things done. But somehow that doesn't always translate into having a creative business sense and a successful creative business sense. So I really wanted to have this conversation, and I had a PowerPoint presentation prepared, but like just seeing how you've been doing things, and it's all been very organic and more of a conversation. I wanted to channel that as well today too. So I'll still go over the legal aspects of it, but I really do want this to be something that's helpful for people and that they can bring their questions. I can answer your questions as well, and we have a conversation about this. So does that work for you?
That works too, but if you want to share your screen, we could do that.
Okay, awesome.
So just let me know if you want to just share some preliminary thoughts first, and just let me know when you want to share.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that. Let me set that up. And you can let me know if it's working. Okay.
So I'm just going to check with.
Okay, so can you get that? Hello? Hi, Janette?
You found the option on your screen?
Yeah, it shows that I'm sharing.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
right,
can you see it?
Ahead.
Okay, awesome. Right, so in this session, we're going to be looking at intellectual property, and in particular, we're looking at trademarks, copyright, and patents. So as I said, I really want this to be a very fruitful and helpful conversations for our Caribbean entrepreneurs out there. Of course, because I'm an attorney, I just have my disclaimer. So basically the disclaimer says you can't sue me for anything in the presentation or anything that I say, and also that this work is my material and it's copyrighted. So basically about me, I'm an attorney. I practice in Trinidad, but I got called to the bar in London first before coming to Trinidad. So I graduated with my LLB, a postgraduate diploma, and also a master's in law. So in my master's program, at that time, the thing that I was most passionate about was actually intellectual property. So I did a LLM in IP law. And what I looked at in particular were the newly developing parts of IP. Generally, intellectual property, even in the legal sphere, is a very new thing. But then there were also very, very interesting and very novel parts of IP that were emerging, such as non-traditional trademarks, like a smell trademark, for instance. And in the Caribbean, we don't have those types of trademarks, but in the UK, where I was studying at that point, those had been registered and recorded. So as part of my work, I have my own chambers here in Trinidad with a couple of attorneys. Right now we have about 8 attorneys, and everybody sort of has their own sphere and their own area of expertise. A lot of the work that I do may not strictly be IP related, but I work with a lot of micro and small businesses, small to medium businesses, and I really try to present and have creative solutions for their needs. Of course, the problem with working with small and medium entrepreneurs is an amazing relationship. They have all the best ideas and all the ideas, and they're really always excited about their businesses. But then there isn't always the cash flow to deal with the persons that they need to work with in their businesses, like attorneys and other professionals like myself. So I try to bridge the gap between that as much as possible, and to present solutions that that will want people to kind of like get on the page of getting things done and getting things done right. And also for me too, I'm just like a really naturally creative person. I like doing creative things. And ideally, if I wasn't doing this, I would want to be a creative business person. Like I like making things, I like painting, drawing, working with my hands and all of that. So like I understand that field and that area and where people come from in that aspect. Okay, so we can go ahead and dive in. So basically, I just want you, I'm sure everybody who's on either has a business already that's in the creative sphere or is thinking about possibly opening up their own business. So I really want you guys to sit just for a second and think about your business and where you see that business working for you and growing and expanding into something that can help you to live out your dreams. So this slide here is just for you to project what you think your business is and where you see your business in the next year, the next 2 years, the next 5 years, where you see the growth. And so here, unfortunately, if you don't take your business seriously and you don't start from what I would term a position of strength in your business, that you don't have all the legal paperwork, meaning that your business is properly registered. And since we're specifically speaking about IP here, that any ideas that you have, that you take the steps to protect those. If you don't do that, the reality is that you're probably not going to be able to build a strong, successful business. So we don't want to think about the fire. We don't want to think about all the bad negative stuff. So we're back to our happy business idea. And what we want to discuss today is how we keep our business protected. And as I said, because we're specifically looking at intellectual property, we're going to focus on that for a bit. So, okay, let me stop sharing just for a moment. Yeah, am I back now?
Yes.
Okay, so am I back now?
Yeah, we can see you.
Awesome. Right. So intellectual property. Basically, intellectual property, or I might say IP during the course of this session, is what is the tangible product that you think up. So it's the tangible expression of the creativity and the ideas that you have in your mind. And there are different types of IP. So for instance, there's industrial property, which would be like trademarks and patents. And then there's literary works, which would be copyright. And for Caribbean entrepreneurs, the top two that I usually deal with are the copyright aspects of it and trademarks as well. So in terms of copyrights, that's what a lot of people come to me about. And the thing is with copyrights, what people don't know is that in our jurisdictions here in the Caribbean, for you to have copyright in your work, a literary work, it doesn't have to be registered. So a lot of people come to me and they say, all right, well, I've created something, a book, an ebook, a song, anything that is literary based, and they're like, okay, now I want to find out, how do I go about copywriting this work and this material? And well, the answer to that is, once you create it and you've expressed it and you've put it down into some sort of permanent form, you actually don't need to go ahead and do anything else. It's automatically copyrighted. In terms of how you protect it, like for instance, when you're sharing it, you'd want to do certain things like have a copyright notice attached. So you would see people using the copyright symbol, for instance, in any book or literary material that they create. But even if you don't do any of those things, your work is still copyrighted. However, of course, as I said, you should want to take these steps as much as possible to tell people that this is your work, that there are rights attached, that your intellectual property is contained in whatever material that you are using, and you take the best steps that you can to protect your work. So as I was saying earlier, one of those things can be simple as just using the copyright notice and your name as the author, and you can also use the year that you produce something. Of course, the problem usually is, though, that some persons, if somebody takes your work, even if you have, say, a copyright notice attached to it, I've seen instances where persons dispute the ownership of material. So to guard against that, and especially, for instance, in the music industry, what they do is they have central depositories for persons to more or less give their work, and therefore it can have like a date and a timestamp, so that in case anybody else comes up and says, no, this work is mine, it's not yours, it's really whoever can prove that they created it first. So for instance, in Trinidad, we have, in the music industry, we have different copyright management organizations. And what you do, basically, you go to them if you're a songwriter, for instance, and you would give them a copy of your work. They would give you a receipt and say, okay, well, you know, Celise Haynes came on the 30th day of May and she deposited this work. This is hers, it's copyrighted. And they also, from a fiscal and financial perspective, they manage the copyright as well. So persons who use that music and that material, they would collect what are known as royalties on behalf of the author creator. And okay, so we can move on to trademarks. That's another big one, especially for business persons who are thinking about branding. Trademarks and brands go hand in hand and work together. And I always tell persons that come to me, you need to be thinking, as soon as you even get your business idea, you need to start thinking about how you protect the look of your brand and your business. So if you have a logo, it's always a good idea to then get it trademarked. And unlike copyright, with trademarks, you actually do have to register the trademarks. And you can register different aspects and elements of your brand. So for instance, as I said, if you have a logo, you can have that trademarked. There are also other elements of products and services that you can trademark. So for instance, I guess you guys have Chubby as well, the soft drink. It's a little bottle. They're produced in Trinidad, but it's a little bottle that's sort of round, and it's a special design because it's supposed to fit into the hands of a child. So once you have like a specially shaped bottle, you can actually trademark that. Coca-Cola, for instance, has trademarks for the shape of their bottle design as well. So what that means is that if you have a registered trademark, no other manufacturer can then, or business can then come and use that same exact thing that you've done for their goods and services. As I mentioned in my program, I looked at new and emerging areas of IP. So one of those areas was like what we term non-traditional trademarks. So like the smell of a product that possibly can be trademarked. The problem with that really is the requirement for having a representation of the trademark that is accessible. Because of course, the whole point behind all of this is that other persons need to know what they can and cannot do in the marketplace and in the industry. So other persons need to be able to access trademark registers in order to see what exists in their industry so that they don't infringe on another brand or another entity's trademark. So there haven't been many non-traditional trademarks in the Caribbean. There are a couple color trademarks that we have registered here in Trinidad, and I'm sure that the other jurisdictions, they also have color trademarks as well in the Caribbean, but we don't have the really exciting ones like a smell trademark, for instance. But as I was saying, in terms of your business, from the very beginning, from the get-go, you need to start thinking about how you protect what you do with your business brand. And a good way to do that is to get trademarks for the key elements of the goods or products or services, whatever it is that you're using. The trademark process is pretty simple. You basically fill out a form, you pay your fees. The form itself requires that you are able to put down on that piece of paper exactly what your trademark is, which again is why we can't have non-traditional trademarks like a smell, because there's no way that you can put down a smell on paper in a way that's permanent and long-lasting enough to make an application. But for instance, if you have your logo, if you have like the shape of your product, it's a special shape and you want to get that trademarked, you can do a drawing and put that on the application form. So you do it, the application form, you pay your fees, and the process is usually that the trademarks that you designate are published in local newspapers, for instance. And as long as nobody objects to it, so once no other business persons see your trademark and think it's too similar to theirs, and once the authority, which is the registrar at the intellectual property office, does not object for some reason, then you have your trademark and it's registered and it's yours. So one thing I always advise persons from, as I was saying in the beginning, at the very, very beginning, when you're starting up your business, you need to start thinking about getting trademarks for your brand signifiers and identifiers. And even as early as when you come up with your business name, it's a good idea to go check and make sure that the names that you would want to have attached to your business as trademarks are available, that you can secure them quite easily and quite quickly. Everything that you can possibly stake your claim to in terms of your business name to build your brand and make sure your brand is identifiable, do it and do it early. So even things like a domain name, once you start up your business and you choose your name, once you've registered your business name, start looking at those things. Start looking at the domain name, start looking at acquiring trademarks, and make sure that you have all your bases covered. Is that all clear so far?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Any questions? We usually have, once I do these sessions, we usually have lots of people who have questions on trademarks. Or would you prefer if we do questions after?
So ladies, if you have any questions, let us know. But Celeste, one thing I wanted to ask you was, what would you say to someone who wants to do business throughout the Caribbean? Because I understand, if I understand correctly, that's kind of tricky.
Yeah, so basically the way things are right now, everything is jurisdiction based. So if you register trademarks in Trinidad, they're valid for Trinidad. If you register trademarks in the BVI, they're registered in the BVI. Just this year, there is the World Intellectual Property Organization has a treaty that most, if not all, Caribbean states are a party to. And that was actually supposed to bring in a procedure where you can go to your local intellectual property office, wherever you are, and register marks for different jurisdictions. So for any country that's a member of that treaty. So that was supposed to be coming on board sometime this year. I don't know what the timeline is going to be like, of course, with COVID-19, how soon that can be effected, but that's going to be a big help, because otherwise, in some jurisdictions, for instance, you actually need an attorney to apply for a trademark. In Trinidad, you don't, but if you are in one of those countries where you need an attorney to apply, and then you have to apply in different countries, like you can see the costs already adding up, and then it gets pretty expensive. So with the WIPO treaty that is supposed to come into effect soon, it's gonna make it so much easier for entrepreneurs. But at the same time, it's not an automatic procedure. So you still need to choose where you want to have those trademarks registered. So that's why you need to start thinking about where you want to do business, where you want to expand to, so you can secure those rights early, because if you leave it too late, somebody else might infringe on that geographic market, and then your mark that you use in Trinidad, for example, you can't get in St. Vincent or Grenada or St. Lucia or BVI, for instance.
Okay. So, but what if you have, okay, how does the World Wide Web play into that, though? You know what I mean?
In terms of marks?
In terms of rights to your intellectual property. Does that make sense to you? Philip,
sorry, you just froze for a second.
The wind is blowing.
Oh gosh, yeah, you just froze for a second, so I didn't hear your question.
Web plays into that. If you started an online business and maybe you want to do something on ground in a particular jurisdiction.
Yeah, so with IP rights, it's on a priority and first to register basis. So if somebody goes ahead, and a lot of big companies do this. So Apple, for instance, if they have a new product and they want to have a new trademark for it, they would just go ahead and register in like practically every single jurisdiction ever, because they can afford to do that. So they get to secure those rights. So then even if you've been doing business using the name that they would have trademarked, you'd have to stop using that as a trademark, or else you'd be infringing on their rights if you have not registered your marks before theirs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So although trademarks are jurisdictional and most IP rights are, anything that is registrable, so like trademarks, you have to secure the right in every jurisdiction that you want to do business in. And with trademarks as well, they apply to certain goods and services. So for instance, when you register a trademark, there are classes. There's a classification system. So you can register marks in those classification systems. So even if you register a trademark, it's not valid for every single product that can be produced under the face of the sun. It's for goods or services within that specific class. So for instance, that class may be photography, which would cover like cameras, photo paper, etc., etc., etc. But it would be limited to that particular class. So somebody else could actually register the same trademark and use it in a different class. And if it's not infringing with what you do and what you register, then they actually are allowed to do that.
A different class. What are the
classes? Yeah. There are 34 classes. Yeah.
How many classes?
So 34.
Oh, wow. Okay, so we can't go through them all. So what are the primary ones?
Okay, so for instance, one would be like food and beverage. That's a class by itself. Yeah.
So,
and then
you're talking, when you say class, it's the type of business.
Exactly, yeah.
Sorry, okay, I got you now, I got you.
Yeah. So it's the type of either goods or products or services. So like, for instance, like consumer goods would be a different class, food, that's a different class, services is a different class, etc., etc. And you register your trademark for whatever goods or services that you produce based on the class system.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
and there are a lot of companies, and Apple is one of them. Sometimes they just, for fun, go and register their marks in all the classes, but again, they can afford to do that. And they don't want, yeah.
But speaking about affordability, for us small entrepreneurs, what kind of costs are we looking at to get, all our copyrights in order? What should people be budgeting
Copyrights
for?
don't have to be registered. Trademarks, I can give you the cost for Trinidad. So for instance, in Trinidad for a trademark, the registration process, if you're doing it yourself, it may be around $1,500, which is probably about $300 US from beginning to end. So it's not that expensive, but that also covers registration in 2 classes. So there are additional government fees if you want to have your mark in additional classes, which aren't too bad. It's probably like about 20 US for each additional class. It's not that expensive, but for a startup, it can still be a significant cost. But it's a cost that's worth investing in to secure the name and the branding aspects and elements of your business.
Right. Okay. One of the things that we had spoken about, just shifting gears a tiny bit, we had an offline conversation about us as entrepreneurs here in the Caribbean as it relates to family business.
Right.
You want to talk about that a little bit?
Okay, so like I know we shared about our personal experiences, and I know we spoke about like where we had been in business with our families, but as I said I'd say is this. As I said from the very beginning, like I do feel that Caribbean people are just like so creative, and we always have like we always have something going on. We always want to do something that is business oriented. There's always some way that we find to make some kind of money somewhere. But at the same time, like we're not known on an organic and rootsy basis for building strong businesses. And in many cases, some people just don't know how to do that. In many cases, others just don't want to do that because for various reasons. They might feel like the paperwork is too much. They might feel like they don't want to invest in certain things. And that's one thing that I want to leave with everybody too. Like at some point, you need to invest in the professionals who can do these things for you. At some point, you need to make the investment. I'm a business owner, and I understand that like starting up a business is so expensive and you're stretched for every possible penny. But at the same time, like if you're going to focus on doing the things that you're good at in your business and the things that are going to make you money, you need to be able to hand over certain elements of it to professional persons who know what they're doing and can help. And like, just as a short example, so for instance, like I built my own website when I was starting up, and it took me, so my hourly rate is 1,500 TT per hour, and it took me like more than 80 hours to build my website because I had to teach myself how to do it from scratch. And if I had paid somebody to do that and I had focused that 80 hours on actually like doing legal work, I'd have been better off, like far, far, far better off. But that's exactly why I'm saying that. You need to hand over the reins and hand over and get the right persons who understand and know what they're doing and who can do those elements of your business. And there are so many things in law that I tell persons that I speak to and clients as well that they can do, but it's just important that you can't, if you're going to be scrimping on the money, you can't also scrimp on the time. So you need to invest the time. Like for instance, with contracts, you must have written contracts. I think hopefully one thing that COVID-19 and coronavirus has taught us is that as business persons, we need to have things in writing. You have to have contracts in your business. And one problem that I've often
that we struggle with, especially as small businesses in the Caribbean, we rely on friendship, relationship, and we forget to put things in writing.
I don't want to go off topic too much, but for instance, I had a client who's also a business owner, and I was dealing with some personal stuff for him, so nothing related to his business, but he had a business for 7 or 8 years, and just off the off the cuff, I just said to him, well, what's going on with your business? Do you want me to review your contracts, that kind of thing? And he's like, no, my business, we've been operating without contracts for 8 years. Like, we're good. We have gentlemen's agreements. And then literally like 2 weeks after, coronavirus came up. And then, of course, he had contracts that were gentlemen's agreements. And the gentlemen who agreed with him that he should be paid for certain things, they're like, well, no, we never signed a contract on this. So, yeah, as I said, like, hopefully that's one thing that this entire period, this pandemic is teaching us. In our business, we need to have things in writing. And so, as I was saying before, if you may not always have the money for it, but if you don't have the money and you can't get a professional person to do everything, you need to dedicate and invest the time to do it. So I've had clients, for instance, who would just go on the web and pull off precedents off the web. And most of those times, those are perfectly suited to the US or more particularly whatever state they're drafted to be applicable for. But then they're not for Trinidad and Tobago. And I'm sure they wouldn't be for Barbados, and I'm sure they wouldn't be for Jamaica and that kind of thing. And people would just like copy them off the web, put in their names, put in the dates, sign it. And only when a problem arises, then it's like, okay, so this is actually based on New York state law. So what are we doing here? This is worse than not having a contract in the first place. Because if you need to go and get your matter rectified, you need to find a New York attorney. So sometimes you think that you want to save money, and by all means you should do. But as I said, if you don't spend the money, you have to invest the time. I know we're going off a little bit on a tangent there. That's not necessarily IP related.
Celeste, one thing I want you to mention or talk a little bit more about was your, what were you calling it? The package, the small business.
Oh, the Successful Entrepreneurs Toolkit.
Yes. Did
Yes.
you highlight that already, or could you talk a bit more about that?
No, I didn't, and I'd be happy to. So basically, this new project that I've been working on is a toolkit, which is going to be a website-based resource kit for entrepreneurs. So I was actually supposed to launch that yesterday, but I had some problems with my website in terms of the e-commerce aspect of it. So I'm hoping that I'd launch that next week. And if anybody here wants any information on it, you can feel free to reach out to me. I'm on IG at LawyerGirl868. So if you're interested in getting more details, just reach out to me and I'll be happy to share them. But basically, my idea behind the Successful Entrepreneurs Toolkit is that persons need to have like a holistic approach to success in their business. And so there are different elements to that. And part of that is like the inspirational and motivational aspects of it. So there will be that on the website as well. There's I already have a community of right now mostly Trinidadian-based entrepreneurs. So the website and my existing groups are going to be linked and merged together. So there's going to be a lot of mentoring. Persons will be matched with existing business persons. If they're like new entrepreneurs, to sign up to programs to get training on different elements of it. We have a team of persons in different areas. Titan Chambers, my law chambers, handles the legal aspect of it, but we also have business specialists lined up and accountants, etc. So there's going to be resources and material that's going to be posted on the site. Some of it is going to be free and some of it is going to be paid, but there will be resources to help in practically every aspect of your business. And part of the Successful Entrepreneurs Toolkit as well is going to be like DIY legal forms and contracts that you can just download that are applicable. Right now, this is only going to be, the contracts and forms are only going to be valid for Trinidad, but it is my intention that expands at some point. So you'd be able to go onto the site, get contracts for exactly what you need to do, whether that's like a rental agreement, whether that's a non-disclosure agreement. There'll be different forms and precedents that are available. So you'd have something that's built and organic and applicable to the jurisdiction that you're in, as opposed to going to like, I don't want to call any names, but another website that's based in the US, and they have precedents that are tailored to their jurisdiction. So this is going to be something that is initially, well, Trinidadian, but then Caribbean based.
Yeah. I think that's so awesome. I think it's, when I
yeah,
first heard about
really
it, I thought it was the coolest thing. You know, as a lawyer, you're actually really staying in tune with what entrepreneurs need. You know, I don't think we've seen that a lot in the Caribbean,
myself,
so I commend you on that.
I understand the struggle.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it is hard and it is tough. Like, for instance, like I can tell you sometimes if I've had legal problems in the past, and it's like, I can't afford these attorneys out here. So I wanted my business to be different. I wanted my business to be able to reach more people, and that's what I'm trying to build, to be honest.
Yeah, I love it. I think that's very important for us throughout the Caribbean, to find ways to just reach beyond our borders, because that's the only way to really build our business. So I have to commend you on what you're doing, especially as a lawyer. You know, helping entrepreneurs, not just, you know, charging fees, lawyer fees. And I think that's what people in business run from, having to pay a lawyer for something. But you're so much more than that. And I love it.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just realized, we have like 2 minutes, and I just realized we didn't really speak about patents. So I just wanted to cover that really, 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 really quickly.
Yeah, go.
So patents, that's our last topic. So patents would cover inventions. In order to get a patent for something, it needs to be a novel, state-of-the-art thing that you've invented that nobody's ever like thought of before, or nobody's ever gotten a patent for before. So patents are actually the most expensive and the most time-consuming type of IP right to get. Patents as well, as I said, as opposed to like copyrights, patents would have to be registered in order to be valid. And I'm sure like you sometimes see on a product that you buy that it would have patent pending, simply because it takes so long to get a patent. Like the intellectual property offices, they have to go through the patent application in detail. They have to compare it to like scientific journals, and basically they look at what is the state of the art in that field and make sure that what you've invented is new in order to get a patent. But patents are also one of the strongest rights, because if you have a patent for anything that you've created, then nobody else can do that at all. So especially with like drug patents, those are so valuable. That's like $1 billion, $1 trillion industry. And with a patent, once you have your patent registered, then you have exclusive use to produce whatever is patented for a period of 20 years. And then after that, it will go into, you can't enforce your rights any longer. But by that time, within that period, you'd have already made your money anyway.
Okay. All right. So I think we have just a few more seconds. I'm going to ask you to just share what's on your heart.
Right
I'd love to give you this opportunity to just share what's on your heart. Any last bits of advice for us entrepreneurs?
Yeah, so this is just like by the way, but it's really important to like start from when you start, think about where you want your business to end up. And like everything that you do should be leading up to that point. So if you know that you want to have a global business or a Caribbean-wide business, start looking at how you can secure as many of the rights in the very beginning as possible. That's so important. And also just in terms of branding, like always stay true to your brand. If you build a brand that people recognize, you're gonna be able to secure the market share that would get your business to a successful place. So always stay true to your brand, protect your brand. If other persons are using your work, as I said, you may not always be able to go to an attorney. It may not always make sense to even go to an attorney, but try as best as possible to take action if somebody is infringing on your rights. Stay true to your brand, protect your brand, build your business, be successful.
All right, on that note, I would like to thank you so much for taking your time, sharing love from Trinidad for us Posh girls.
Yeah, thanks. I look forward to coming and joining you for cocktails when social distancing is over.
Yes, looking forward to seeing you real soon. Trinidad is just as beautiful, I'm sure, but hey.
Yeah.
We have some beautiful views going on right now.
I know, right? Yeah, it's so amazing.
Yes, you're welcome to join us in the British Virgin Islands in 2021, for sure.
Yay! I'll be there.
All right.
Okay.
So thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
Talk later.
It was a pleasure.
All right. So Posh girls, we're looking for our Posh girls. So I hope you've been posting your pictures of you brunching with your cocktails. I need to give someone that 3-day weekend stay at Four Seasons Nevis. It could be you. Are you having fun? Learning? Loving? Growing? Yes. So we'll be posting more questions because I have more weekend bags. Are you feeling my bag? Such a perfect weekend bag, you know, when you're just running out on a Saturday and you want to be perfectly accessorized and look posh and everything. So you want one of these? Well, I'm giving away these free. So hey, along with some makeup from Beats by Kima, another entrepreneur here in the British Virgin Islands. We have so many entrepreneurs doing awesome things. EC Soap, I didn't get that quite all right. EC Soap Company, make sure you check them out. We're giving away a gift package from them as well. Take this moment to shout out Bella Blooms, Tropics on my cocktails, 284 Media keeping us connected. This is the Posh Girl Power Brunch virtual event, our first ever, bringing this to you. And we'll be right back. We have a virtual fashion show coming up real soon, so you want to stay tuned. All right, see you guys in a minute.
business slow, cash flow down, hosting an upcoming event? We can help. Advertise with 284 Media and take your business or event to the next level by enhancing your present marketing and messaging strategies. Allow our team of experts to create a personalized ad that sets your business apart from all the rest. This could be your business or event. So, what are you waiting for? Contact our marketing team at 284media@cctbvi.com. Advertising with us works.
You want top of power?
You want top of power?
Join the prepaid party with CCT and enjoy more affordable data plans, more top-up promotions, more savings with hero bundles, and more value for your money each and every Tuesday with Top Up Turn Up Tuesday. Visit a CCT store today or anywhere CCT Top Up is sold and top up your phone.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. You want top of power?
Jawan Mix on the beat.
Ransom got that sauce in it.
Jawan Mix on the beat.
Ransom got that sauce in it.
Hey there! Turn up the volume on your day with a cosmopolitan cocktail. First things first, pour a dash of Cointreau into your shaker. Invite vodka to the party, but not too much. Cranberry juice, and of course, fresh lime juice. Now add that ice, shake it till you can't shake it no more. Strain into a glass, top it off with a twist of orange peel, and voila! Perfect cocktail. Bravo! Do try this at home and enjoy responsibly. Cointreau, the art of the mix.
For the girls to this wine and go down, the one to this wine to the ground. Now those who be standing around, the girls who come out to perform. Ones who know about some motion, hard work time for promotion. Move your body with devotion, you're pulling me in like the ocean. Come my way now.
I'm here with Janette, Brin, one of the fabulous women in the Caribbean who are making waves.
Make him go na 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 na. Watch me go na 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 na. Make me say na 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 na. Give me some of that na 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 na. You make me stamina na. With all of that stamina na. Sweat like a banana na. Girl, you better make it move.
Janette, this is the Caribbean POSHgirl Power Brunch, a second year running. What a fabulous event. What do you want people to know about this event?
Well, first of all, thank you so much, Empress Janelle, for being here. I just want everybody to know that it's about empowerment. That's a key word there. for us to be enriched, encouraged, for us to work together as Caribbean sisters and just create this whole epic sense of oneness amongst us and continue to build us as Caribbean women.
Come my way now. I'm over here. Let's party now. Won't you come over here?
I'm here with another powerful sister who is a featured guest speaker today at the Caribbean POSHgirl Power Brunch, Miss Yvette Shore of the Shore Media Group. Now, you are like a legend already at the POSHgirl Power Brunch. What can you share about being a part of an event like this and the type of impact you think someone like yourself with your wisdom and your experience can impart on this crowd?
Well, first of all, when you come from a small place like Grenada or even a small area like the Caribbean, I think what today is going to teach us is how we can build our confidence and how we are really capable to dream much bigger than our shores.
With me is Dr. Charlene Lewis, one of the guest speakers today at the Caribbean POSHgirl Power Brunch. Dr. Charlene, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling real posh empress.
What sort of insights are you going to share with the guests at the brunch today?
The thing is that a lot of times as women, you know, we've been talking about business, we've been talking about empowering ourselves in terms of business and money and everything, and we tend to forget ourselves and the fact that we're still a person, you know, we have this one body to live with for the rest of our lives, and we're going to try and, you know, carry that on for as long as possible. So it's about, you know, giving little information, you know, little things, and really empowering women to feel that, yes, you know, I can take control of my health.
Let's party now.
Now, Angela, it is a pleasure to be a part of this event with you this year. You represent so much for what this event is about: female empowerment, women supporting women, women representing themselves in a strong, classy, intelligent way. You are no stranger to the music industry, and you're now making your way back home to the Caribbean music industry. How does it feel to be a part of an event like this?
First of all, I want to say that I'm honored to be a part of this event. I'm even more honored that you're here. And I'm so happy to face all these beautiful Caribbean women today, because this, when I first started this journey into coming back home, this is what I imagined would be a part of the journey.
Till the sun come true, raise hands and bring down the roof.
All right, it's yours truly, Janelle Bonte, coming at you from the beautiful Scrub Island Resort in the gorgeous British Virgin Islands. Right now, we are at the Caribbean POSHgirl Power Brunch 2017. Ladies, how are we feeling? Real posh!
With all of that summer, nana, sweet like a banana, nana. Girl, you better make it move.
Hey Posh Girls, we're bringing our first ever virtual fashion showcase. Those of you who've ever attended a POSHgirl Power Brunch, you know a POSHgirl Power Brunch includes our eats, lots of powerful speaking, or speakers I should say, and fashion, lots of fashion, celebrating Caribbean women in fashion, and the men that dress us, yes. So up next, we have Glamour Glamour Swimwear by plus-size supermodel Trisha Campbell. Shout out to Trisha Campbell of Jamaica. And we also have the lovely Sammy B by way of Jamaica. Stay tuned. And right here live, we're going to have Kamaji. Fashion, everybody. Posh Girl.
sleep and wakes me up again. Sometimes I swear I hear her call my name. You wash away the pain, my summer rain. Alone, alone, alone.
everyone, I am Samantha Black, owner and designer of Sammy B, and I'm so excited to be a part of the POSHgirl Power Virtual Brunch. Today, I will personally be taking you through some of my designs that I have available on my website. Before we start the show, you can find me sammybdesigns.com or follow us on Instagram, sammybdesignsny. And yeah, I hope you guys enjoy. If any questions, just let me know. And for all the women participating in this POSHgirl Power Brunch Virtual Weekend, we will be offering you guys 20% off with the code POSH from now until June 3rd. So, start the show. Okay, so first up we have our mesh maxi dress. I love this dress. It's easy, it's super stretchy, and we also have our narrow edge pearl stitch, which just gives it like a nice little like feminine touch on our sleeves and on the hem of this dress. And again, I just love it. You can also like pull it up with the pants on. We do also offer this in a pant, in a top, but the dress really like fits many body types. You can layer on a jacket, something around your waist, a belt. You can pull it up if you put a belt on and make it change the length a little bit. Love this dress. Okay, next up we have our Tropicana dress. I cannot express how much this dress is a vibe. It's been really popular on our site recently. I love it. If you're new to Sammy B, a lot of our garments are transformable. So like most things, so is this. So for my ladies who want to be super sexy, you have a drawstring at the side, pull it on up, you go a little higher if you wish as well, or you can let that down and undo the tightness. Okay? So, like I said, transformable, wear it as you wish. If you decide that you need to be a little more conservative, maybe during the day or whatever, and then at night you want to spice it up, go ahead and pull that drawstring all the way up. Show some thigh. I just really, really, really love this dress. It comes with one long sleeve and one tank side. Our Tropicana dress. Okay, so next up we have one of my favorite new sets, and I want to start off by wearing it like this. Again, this is another transformable look, our tank and skirt. It also has, this is beautiful electric blue, and it also has a pearl edge hem as well for decoration. Awesome. So with this, I love because you can wear it like this, so many different body types as well, free flowing, lots of detail, and then you can also wear it like this tie, super cute. You can also tie the skirt, so you have a look, second look. Then the top also ties on the sides. Complete vibe again, and I just really, 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 really enjoy this. So for anyone who's been eating during the pandemic, don't worry about it, we've got you covered. You can also pull the skirt up and make it into a dress. Okay, so this is the other colorway that we offer in that same exact style. Does all the same things as the last one. This just has this amazing neon pink pop. At the back of the skirt and at the neckline, I really enjoy this colorway. It's just really fun. Okay, so next up we have the dress version that's part of that grouping. I love this. It's also just super easy. It also comes with the tie detail at the side. Boom. And you're ready to go. Paired with a truffle scarf out of And this just gives you a nice, easy island girl, vacation style, summer day bathing. Okay, so next up we have our double cow neck dress. We have a cow in the front and a cow in the back. This is another transformable dress. Like I said, this one is fully adjustable. It's adjustable at the shoulders and it's adjustable at the sides. Right now, I'm wearing it in its most sexiest form. Perfect for nighttime or day if you want, but this is the nighttime look. And for the daytime, simply just untie. Just as you see necessary. Tie it as you want. You can tie it at the shoulders as well, like I said. Bring it up or bring it down, depending on what your preference is. And now you have a dress. It even actually goes longer. Hits like right about the knees on 5'5", in the back. Looks great with a tank underneath as well, so whatever your needs are or your personality or what you prefer, it's a great dress. Day to night, literally, go from your flip-flops to your heels or whatever you prefer. Our cow neck dress. Okay, next up we have our new red plaid bandeau top paired with our wide leg denim pant. I love this. This is our widest wide leg pant. This is a great look that can go from summer actually into fall. The top ties and adjusts as well. Fits a lot of different chest sizes. So you make it smaller if you have a smaller chest, or you can open it for more of a butterfly effect. Super cool, and it ties in the center, and all the straps are also adjustable. Ties at the neck, and you can just like crisscross it however you please. That onto the waist. Our pant has pockets, stretch denim. I have now paired our denim halter top with our wide leg pant. I love this look because it looks like a jumpsuit, but it's not. It's two pieces. All of it is a rinse stretch denim, and I love this top because it also has an extra long tie that goes from your shoulders, crisscrosses, makes a really nice, like a lot of really nice lines, and it's just long and cool. Has like a nice real like edge to it. Okay, so next up we have our cheetah assortment. I love animal print and use it over and over again in each season for the most part. This, what I'm wearing, is our crew neck, long sleeve, and our slim pant, tucked in. Just a really cool set. You can break it up, or you can keep it together for a full explosion of just like, yeah, I'm here. Okay, another dress in this cheetah print collection is the mini. It has drawstrings on both sides, so again, it's transformable. You can make it really mini like it is now, or you can bring it down to about mid-thigh. Last but not least, we have our Cascade mustard skirt and our bad boy tee. For all of you that do not know, I am Jamaican, and I have a bunch of shirts on my website that big up my culture, and this one, my bad boy tee, happens to feature some of my favorite artists, Buja Beanie, Max Caprice, and Shaba. So yeah, there's a few more options that just like represent us, and I know that our West Indians and all those that love West Indians can appreciate it for the culture. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed. Thank you so much. Bye.
Next, we have right here, live at the Alfresco Villa in the British Virgin Islands, our next designer, my good friend Jermaine Smith, who knows how to dress the ladies really sexy. It's sizzling hot here in the British Virgin Islands with Kamaji.
I'm gonna wind up, I'm not gonna cut no style. If any man wanna wind up on me, I behave rude, my bumper slack. I'm gonna grind up. Can't you see how I grew up? That's why when I dig down low, I rock it up. Don't watch me no face. Mind your business, hush your mouth.
We don't forget our guys. Our POSH girls, we love our guys.
So don't expect me to be the same, because eyes are big and now. Watch out if I walking from night till morning. And I'm not ever no cause eyes are big and now. Expensive liquor, I'm drinking.
It's the new, they're calling it the new now.
They used to go out and leave me all the time. They used to go out and enjoy the life.
We're ready.
Yeah. Now I turn a big woman and I'm wasting time. I feel like I miss out a big part of my life. That's why when I dig down low and I rock it up, don't watch me no face. Mind your business, hush your mouth when I'm belting the waist. I'm a big woman that's a little girl and I'm 16
we
again.
just got turned up. I told you it was
So
sizzling.
don't expect me to be the same, because eyes are big girl now. Watch out if I'm walking from night till morning. And I'm not even no cause eyes are big girl now. Expensive liquor, I'm drinking. I've been like so now I'm drinking.
We definitely have a lot of talent throughout the Caribbean. Right here in the British Virgin Islands. We just came from Jamaica, and now we're right here in the British Virgin Islands with Kamaji.
I'm gonna wind up.
The ladies
I'm not gonna cut no style. If any man wanna wind up on me, I behaving rude, my bumper slack. I'm gonna grind up. Can't you see how I grew up?
Grown things.
That's why when I dig down low and I rock it up, don't watch me no face. Mind your business, hush your mouth when I'm belting the waist. I'm a big woman, that's a little girl, and I'm 16 again.
Loving the face mask.
So don't expect me to be the same, because eyes are big girl now. Watch out if I'm walking from night till morning.
POSH girls, you see how we've just taken this whole COVID-19 situation and turned it into something fun, something special, something sexy. We turn it into whatever we need it to be so that we're not, just sad and, negative. Turn it around. POSH guys. Don't you just love that print?
Let the pumping start. Let the drinking start.
Look for 2021 when we step into the party.
Like flowers blossom in spring. Carnival and sweet for days. Oh Lord, it's joy and love the warmth of the season brings. Carnival and sweet for days. Whining like an animal. Oh Lord, it's bacchanal. I could never be the same. Sipping on strong chemical.
Lovely.
I've been feeling so special. Girls are come on, don't make me late. If you come to fed, I come to fed. She come to fed, we come to fed. On our way up beside our fed, ready to party. If you come to fed, I come to fed. It's time to fed, we start with that. Everybody put up your hand in the air and say, let the pumpkin start.
Yes, we're ready to party. We're ready for the runway. Take your time. Lovely lace detail here. Now, we don't only do red carpets in like New York and LA and that. We do red carpet in the Caribbean too. These are opportunities to celebrate yourself, celebrate your style, who you are. Just have fun. Loving this zebra look. This is Kamaji by designer Jermaine Smith, who's based here in the British Virgin Islands, but originally from Jamaica. We're going to ask all the models to just come out and give us one more look. And I'm going to introduce you to Jermaine. Let him say hello. He's well known here in the British Virgin Islands and about to take off. Thank you, Jermaine. Dressed in a lady, very sexy.
Hi, all the audience and the live. I'm here with my favorite girl, Janette.
Yes. Thank you to all the models for doing such a fine job.
And all the models, they are from Prestige.
Prestige models?
Yes,
nice.
Prestige models we have today.
All right, nice.
Yeah.
We have
makeup is done by Chantal.
Chantal Gray here. Again, lots of talent here in the British Virgin Islands. So kudos to all of you. Thank you so much for being here with us today, the POSHgirl Power Brunch virtual event. You know, we couldn't do it without fashion. Fashion, fashion, fashion. So shout out to plus-size supermodel Trisha Campbell as well, who's also from your country, Jamaica. And Sammy B, also Jamaican, yes. Yes, and thank you, Jermaine, for showing us how to dress the ladies nice and sexy.
And thank you, Janette, from POSH. Thank you.
All righty. All right, so we'll be right back. We're talking the business of fashion. You want to stay tuned. If you're a model, designer, anyone interested in the business of fashion, this one's for you.
Oh, now, oh, now, oh, now, oh, now.
Is business slow, cash flow down, hosting an upcoming event? We can help. Advertise with 284 Media and take your business or event to the next level by enhancing your present marketing and messaging strategies. Allow our team of experts to create a personalized ad that sets your business apart from all the rest. This could be your business or event. So, what are you waiting for? Contact our marketing team at 284media@cctbvi.com. Advertising with us works.
Listen, you want top of power?
You want top of power?
Join the prepaid party with CCT and enjoy more affordable data plans, more top-up promotions, more savings with hero bundles, and more value for your money each and every Tuesday with Top Up Turn Up Tuesday. Visit a CCT store today or anywhere CCT Top Up is sold and top up your phone.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. You want top up power?
She don't want no 9 to 5. She walk like she the hottest time of life, yeah. And all she have to do is show up. Take a pic, watch the Instagram blow up. Don't know Drastic represent for Posh Caribbean. Big up all my Caribbean queen them. Why are women important to me? Well, first and foremost, before, you know the saying go, behind every great man is a great woman. So a good example of that is me and my wife Brass, thebrassangel.com. And my mom, I had a good example growing up, a good foundation set by my mom and my dad, right? And so it was easy for me to pick out and find the qualities in a woman that I was looking for. So, women are gems, as I like to say, and diamonds in the rough and these type of things. And who run the world, guys? Definitely make sure y'all log on to my website. This is drastic.com. Share some love, a lot of music. Check out the pictures, check out everything, learn more about me. And check out my new single on Spotify, Apple Music, iTunes, Show Up, featuring Wyclef John and Noah Power. So happen, Caribbean Posh Girls, big up yourself, Drastic representatives.
Jawan Mix on the beat.
Ransom got that sauce in it.
Jawan Mix on the beat.
Ransom got that sauce in it.
Hey there! Turn up the volume on your day with a cosmopolitan cocktail. First things first, pour a dash of Cointreau into your shaker. Invite vodka to the party, but not too much. Cranberry juice, and of course, fresh lime juice. Now add that ice, shake it till you can't shake it no more. Strain into a glass, top it off with a twist of orange peel, and voila! Perfect cocktail. Bravo! Do try this at home and enjoy responsibly. Cointreau, the art of the mix.
For the girls to this wine and go down, the one to this wine to the ground. Now those who be standing around, the girls who come out to perform. One, two, know about some motion. Hard burn time for promotion. Move your body with devotion. You're pulling me in like the ocean. Come my way now.
I'm here with Janette, Brin, one of the fabulous women in the Caribbean who are making waves.
Make him go na 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 na. Watch me go na 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 na. Make me say na 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 na. Give me some of that na 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 na. You make me stamina na. With all of that stamina na. Sweat like a banana na. Girl, you better make him go.
Janette, this is the Caribbean POSHgirl Power Brunch, a second year running. What a fabulous event. What do you want people to know about this event?
Well, first of all, thank you so much, Empress Janelle, for being here. I just want everybody to know that it's about empowerment. That's a key word there. For us to be enriched, encouraged, for us to work together as Caribbean sisters and just create this whole epic sense of oneness amongst us and continue to build us as Caribbean women.
Come my way now. I'm over here. Let's party now. Won't you come over here?
I'm here with another powerful sister who is a featured guest speaker today at the Caribbean POSHgirl Power Brunch, Miss Yvette Shaw of the Shaw Media Group. Now, you are like a legend already at the POSHgirl Power Brunch. What can you share about being a part of an event like this and the type of impact you think someone like yourself with your wisdom and your experience can impart on this crowd?
Well, first of all, when you come from a small place like Grenada or even a small area like the Caribbean, I think what today is going to teach us is how we can build our confidence and how we are really capable to dream much bigger than our shores.
With me is Dr. Charlene Lewis, one of the guest speakers today at the Caribbean POSHgirl Power Brunch. Dr. Charlene, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling real posh, Empress.
What sort of insights are you going to share with the guests at the brunch today?
The thing is that a lot of times as women, you know, we've been talking about business, we've been talking about empowering ourselves in terms of business and money and everything, and we tend to forget ourselves and the fact that we're still a person. You know, we have this one body to live with for the rest of our lives, and we're going to try and, you know, carry that on for as long as possible. So it's about, you know, giving little information, you know, little things, and really empowering women to feel that, yes, you know, I can take control of my health.
Let's party now.
Now, Angela, it is a pleasure to be a part of this event with you this year. You represent so much for what this event is about: female empowerment, women supporting women, women representing themselves in a strong, classy, intelligent way. You are no stranger to the music industry, and you're now making your way back home to the Caribbean music industry. How does it feel to be a part of an event like this?
First of all, I want to say that I'm honored to be a part of this event. I'm even more honored that you're here. And I'm so happy to face all these beautiful Caribbean women today, because when I first started this journey into coming back home, this is what I imagined would be a part of the journey.
Till the sun come true, raise hands and bring down the roof.
All right, it's yours truly, Janelle Bonte, coming at you from the beautiful Scrub Island Resort in the gorgeous British Virgin Islands. Right now, we are at the Caribbean POSHgirl Power Brunch 2017. Ladies, how we feeling? Real posh!
Put all of that stuff, banana. Sweat like a banana. Girl, you better make it more.
Hey Posh Girls, I'm just checking in with you to remind you about how to get these prizes. Remember, we're giving away that trip to, I should say correctly, we're giving away a 3-night stay at Four Seasons Nevis. So the terms and conditions, it doesn't include airfare, but Four Seasons, that's an awesome vacation. So more than half of your awesome vacation is planned for you in the bag. All you have to do is show us your best brunch pictures. We want to see those cocktails, whether you're sipping on La Marca, some Grey Goose mixes, your favorite cocktail mix, or a mimosa, traditional for brunch. Just show us that you're having fun and engaging with us. Our favorite picture, we'll give that awesome prize to you. And Posh Girls, we got some Posh Girl weekend bags. You would have seen the questions posted on our Facebook page. The The first person to answer gets a bag. We're looking for you. So engage with us on the live, on Facebook, and we're also on YouTube. Coming to you just shortly. Up next, we've got the business of fashion coming up. You don't want to miss that. So models, designers, all you fashion enthusiasts looking to build your fashion career throughout the Caribbean, let's have this conversation and see how we could learn something. All right, stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Is business slow, cash flow down, hosting an upcoming event? We can help. Advertise with 284 Media and take your business or event to the next level by enhancing your present marketing and messaging strategies. Allow our team of experts to create a personalized ad that sets your business apart from all the rest. This could be your business or event. So, what are you waiting for? Contact our marketing team at 284media@cctbvi.com. Advertising with us works.
Listen, you want top of power?
You want top of power?
Join the prepaid party with CCT and enjoy more affordable data plans, more top-up promotions, more savings with hero bundles, and more value for your money each and every Tuesday with Top Up Turn Up Tuesday. Visit a CCT store today or anywhere CCT Top Up is sold and top up your phone.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. You want top of power?
It is a beautiful day here on Scrub Island in the British Virgin Islands. I'm Naomi Cowan, your host for this year's Caribbean Posh Girl Power Brunch. Now for 2019, our focus is collaboration versus competition. We have a host of beautiful, powerful, and strong keynote speakers and presenters to share a bit more about their journey. I'm excited. Let's go inside.
Can't ball in a life, man. Go on with it, but go on with it.
Yo, is it? Are you kidding me?
To us, yeah. So we are coming with with a force. Yeah, blessings we are reap and we coursing on full. Oh, we not rise and boast. Yeah, we give thanks like we need it the most. We have to give thanks like we really supposed to be thankful. Blessings all for my life and my thank God for the journey, the earnings are just for the plus. Yeah, and gratitude is a must. Yeah, me see blessings fall by my right hand. But I toast for the friends that take off every load. One time did sit down in a class and we poured then only set the road and we go on with the road.
You did it!
I did it! Oh my gosh.
The team.
Awesome team. This was definitely collaboration versus competition. Caribbean women coming together to just shine bright. I love it. It was just awesome. I feel so good.
I know, I can imagine how you feel. And, you know, you spoke about the fact that this is something that you hope to not only bring to other Caribbean islands, but hope to bring more people to the BVI as a tourism product, as a retreat, as something that women can look forward to. Why do you think there's a need for this?
It's a need because sometimes as women, I don't know what it is, but for whatever reason in the world, we sometimes forget the magic inside. And maybe we doubt ourselves too much, and we need that extra push to remind ourselves that we have it in here, and there's somebody like you that might be going through the same thing, and y'all could just do it together. You know, we just need to, we're stronger together in the end. At the end of it, we're just stronger together, and we need things like this to just make that happen and remind us of that important fact.
That's awesome. And I mean, I guess what would you say to people who are thinking of booking or thinking of coming for next year?
Yes, if you're thinking of coming to the Caribbean POSHgirl Power Brunch next year, plan early, plan very early. Log on to our website, follow us on social media, Caribbean Posh, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, everywhere, there, everywhere. Follow us to stay tuned with what we have coming up next so that you could get in early. Yes.
And then, no, what's funny, what's coming up is that we have the Budget concert happening. So BVI is kind of on fire.
Right now, we have all kind of things going on in BVI. A little country like this.
Right, and you've been getting support from the tourist board for this event. Speak to maybe the sponsors that you've had this year and how much strength they've given you.
I so appreciate all the sponsors, a number of repeat sponsors especially. Thank you for believing in the vision. You know, people like Roton Wholesale and its distributed brands, La Marca, Prosecco, Cointreau, Grey Goose, Fiji Water, Popular VI, CCTB VI, Joma Properties, Five Girls, and the list goes on. There's so many people. The British Virgin Islands Tourist Board, as you mentioned earlier, Skelton Group of Companies, Picksmith, Villa, Alice. Now I'm forgetting.
Villa Alicia. Hey, I love the place. I'm coming right back.
There's so many people to list, and it's just further demonstrates the power of collaboration because events like this can't happen without support. So I definitely appreciate all the corporate entities that understand the importance of empowering Caribbean women. These are the companies that believe in that movement, and I thank you all so very much. I can't say that enough.
Awesome.
Yes, and especially, you know, all the young ladies that have helped out today, Akima, Kristen, Chantel, so many talented young ladies that came from St. Thomas to model, all the models, and you, Naomi.
Well, thank you for having me. This was awesome. Very much a blessing.
I can't name them all, but, you know, we all play a part. In the big world out there, we all play a part in any awesomeness that needs to happen. So all we have to do is get up and remember our part in making great things happen.
Awesome. And then the last thing, I think, you know, considering that this is a vision you would have had that came to reality. This didn't just pop up out of anywhere. Any words of encouragement to people checking out the content and wishing they could start something that's been inside of their hearts, like, you know, from that place that you're feeling now?
I think people say it all the time, dare to dream big. And that's definitely what I did. You know, Caribbean Posh is a lifestyle brand dedicated to empowering Caribbean women. I am a single mom, and I went through my undergrad program, and my master's program, and during that whole time in school, I was thinking what I want to do with my life, and I knew I wanted to do something that was not just about me, but about people like me, and that's, you know, us Caribbean sisters who just going through different things, from being married to not married, having children, wanting to start our careers, whatever it might be. There's so much genres of careers that we could get into, and sometimes we're afraid of the big world out there. So with all of that, I said we needed something like this for Caribbean women to come together and just make big things happen. Be Caribbean Posh.
And there you go. All right, well, there we go. Caribbean Posh 2019 collaboration versus competition. We did it. Yay. See you next year. I wish you could feel the energy right here, right now that I'm experiencing. The event has come to a close, but the new chapters have just begun in everyone's lives. I think everyone in the room is excited to just take on the week, take on the month, take on the rest of the year with fresh perspective and with a bit of a female vibes behind it. I mean, I'm so blessed and privileged to have been part of it. I'm Naomi Cowan. I was your host for today. And be sure that you stay tuned to Caribbean Posh. Follow us on Instagram at Caribbean Posh to find out when next year's event will be. We'll see you next year.
Oh, hey, baby. No, 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 you never put up a fight, no. Paradise Club. Just know me like we knew, we never had to say your word, not your song. Silence, you never put up a fight, no. Paradise Club. Just know me like we knew, we never had to say your word, not your song. Silence.
Good morning, Caribbean Posh. This is Yvette Thomas Henry, Regional Vice President and General Manager of Four Seasons Nevis, and I am proud to say that I am a Posh girl. It is so fantastic to have another opportunity to be a part of this wonderful moment where Caribbean women can get together to celebrate each other, to bond with each other, and to just simply recognize that we are valued, that we are strong, and that we offer so much to each other and to others. So, Janette, I congratulate you for moving forward with this, even though because of COVID-19 we can't be together, we can be together in spirit. And know that I'm here as a supporter and that I encourage each and every one of you to recognize your strength, to recognize your passion, to recognize your power, to take charge of your destiny, and to take this time to reflect on who do you want to be after COVID-19? Who do you want to touch? Who do you want to inspire? Who do you want to motivate? Who motivates you? And how can you be your best self, not only for yourself, but for those around you? And how can we make others see the beauty of all of us here in the Caribbean and for other women across the world? So thank you for allowing me to take a moment to say hello. Enjoy today, enjoy this moment, and hopefully sometime really soon in the near future, we can be together again. Have an awesome day. I am a Posh girl.
Hello, my Caribbean Posh ladies. I hope you all are ready for brunch, because I am. My name is Janisha John. I'm former Miss US Virgin Islands. Currently, I'm a TV host and producer in Los Angeles for the Zeus Network. I am also, I don't know if some of you remember, the first host for the Caribbean Posh Brunch. Now, let me tell you, that was an experience like no other. One that is so special and I will hold on to for the rest of my life. So first and foremost, I want to send some love, some congratulations, and just appreciation to Janette, Brin, and the rest of the Caribbean Posh team for always being a prime example of what it takes to be a Caribbean woman, one that is resilient, one that is just strong, innovative, creative, and will find ways to make things happen once there's a will. And you ladies have done it this year, so congratulations for continuously providing a space where we're able to celebrate each other, even if we're not physically in a room with each other. So thank you. I remember when I was called to host the first brunch. When I tell y'all, nerves, I was so nervous because not only was I in an interesting time in my personal life where it was sort of a transition period for myself, where I was questioning my career. I wasn't sure that, I had anything to bring to the table to offer the women in the room, and these ladies were talented, they were brilliant, they were so accomplished. And so, walking into the room, I had nerves, my stomach was in knots, but I remember opening the door and just the love and the reception and the smiles and the beautiful faces that I was greeted with. And those nerves quickly turned to just appreciation. It turned to, excitement and, understanding that the mission was so much bigger than just me. It was about uplifting each other, celebrating each other, and just being in a room where we can learn and grow together. I also want to take this opportunity to shout out the women in my life, in my inner circle, that continue to motivate me, to be there, to support me. My mom, one of the most selfless women I know, Elizabeth Torres. My sisters, Janella John, businesswoman, former cop, and Jolisa, DJ Mojo, who's an entertainer extraordinaire herself. And so I'm so appreciative of them. I'm appreciative of my best friends, Trin, CEO, my love mom, Pat Martinez, just so many women that have come in my life and continue to inspire me and push me to be the best version of myself. So today, I want to remind you ladies to check in on your sisters, check in on them. These are trying times, and we have to be there for each other, to support each other, to love on each other, to celebrate each other. Call your sister who has 2 kids and is juggling, taking care of them at home while doing Zoom calls for work. Check in on your sister who is struggling to get her own business off the ground during these times. Check in on your sister who just may need someone to talk to. We are here for each other, and we are the best versions of ourselves when we support each other, when we love on each other, and when we celebrate each other. So let's take today, this moment, this opportunity to do just that. Love each other, celebrate each other, grow with each other, and just be the best versions of ourselves. Ladies, congratulations, you are here. Let's be present. Let's take this moment for what it is, and let's brunch.
She no want no 9 to 5. She walk like she the hottest time alive, yeah. And all she have to do was show up. Take a pic, watch the Instagram blow up. Don't know Drastic represent for Posh Caribbean. Big up all my Caribbean queen them. Why are women important to me? Well, first and foremost, before, the saying go, behind every great man is a great woman. So a good example of that is me and my wife Brass, thebrassangel.com. And my mom. Yeah, I had a good example growing up, a good foundation set by my mom and my dad, right? And so it was easy for me to pick out and find the qualities in a woman that I was looking for. So, women are gems, as I like to say, and diamonds in the rough and these type of things. And who run the world, guys? Definitely make sure y'all log on to my website. This is drastic.com. Show it some love, a lot of music. Check out the pictures, check out everything, learn more about me, and check out my new single on Spotify, Apple Music, iTunes, Show Up, featuring Wyclef John and Noah Power. So often, Caribbean Posh Girls, big up yourself, Drastic representatives.
One mix on the beat.
Ransom got that sauce in it.
Hey there, turn up the volume on your day with a cosmopolitan cocktail. First things first, pour a dash of Cointreau into your shaker. Invite vodka to the party, but not too much. Cranberry juice, and of course, fresh lime juice. Now add that ice, shake it till you can't shake it no more. Strain into a glass, top it off with a twist of orange peel, and voila! Perfect cocktail. Bravo! Do try this at home and enjoy responsibly. Cointreau, the art of the mix.
For the girls to this wine and go down, the one to this wine to the ground. Now those who be standing around, the girls who come out to perform. One, two, know about some motion. Hard work, time for promotion. Move your body with devotion. He pulling me in like the ocean. Come my way now.
I'm here with Janette, Brin, one of the fabulous women in the Caribbean who are making waves.
Make him go na 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 na. Watch me go na 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 na. Make me say na 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 na. Give me some of that na 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 na. You make me stamina na. Put all of that stamina na. Sweat like a banana na. Yeah, live and make him go.
Janette, this is the Caribbean POSHgirl Power Brunch, a second year running. What a fabulous event. What do you want people to know about this event?
Well, first of all, thank you so much, Empress Janelle, for being here. I just want everybody to know that it's about empowerment. That's a key word there. For us to be enriched, encouraged, for us to work together as Caribbean sisters and just create this whole epic sense of oneness amongst us and continue to build us as Caribbean women.
Come my way now. I'm over here. Let's party now. Won't you come over here?
I'm here with another powerful sister who is a featured guest speaker today at the Caribbean POSHgirl Power Brunch, Miss Yvette Shore of the Shore Media Group. Now, you are like a legend already at the POSHgirl Power Brunch. What can you share about being a part of an event like this and the type of impact you think someone like yourself with your wisdom and your experience can impart on this crowd?
Well, first of all, when you come from a small place like Grenada or even a small area like the Caribbean, I think what today is going to teach us is how we can build our confidence and how we are really capable to dream much bigger than our shores.
With me is Dr. Charlene Lewis, one of the guest speakers today at the Caribbean POSHgirl Power Brunch. Dr. Charlene, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling real posh, Empress.
What sort of insights are you going to share with the guests at the brunch today?
The thing is that a lot of times as women, you know, we've been talking about business, we've been talking about empowering ourselves in terms of business and money and everything, and we tend to forget ourselves and the fact that we're still a person, you know, we have this one body to live with for the rest of our lives, and we're going to try and, you know, carry that on for as long as possible. So it's about, you know, giving little information, you know, little things, and really empowering women to feel that, yes, you know, I can take control of my health.
Let's party now.
Now, Angela, it is a pleasure to be a part of this event with you this year. You represent so much for what this event is about: female empowerment, women supporting women, women representing themselves in a strong, classy, intelligent way. You are no stranger to the music industry, and you're now making your way back home to the Caribbean music industry. How does it feel to be a part of an event like this?
First of all, I want to say that I'm honored to be a part of this event. I'm even more honored that you're here. And I'm so happy to face all these beautiful Caribbean women today, because when I first started this journey into coming back home, this is what I imagined would be a part of the journey.
Till the sun come true, raise hands and bring down the roof.
All right, it's yours truly, Janelle Bonte, coming at you from the beautiful Scrub Island Resort in the gorgeous British Virgin Islands. Right now, we are at the Caribbean POSHgirl Power Brunch 2017. Ladies, how we feeling? Real posh!
Put all of that stamina, sweat like a banana.
And we're back live here from the beautiful alfresco villa in the British Virgin Islands for the POSHgirl Power Brunch virtual event. Thank you so much for joining. I hope you've been enjoying the session so far. Up next, we have lovely ladies out of New York by way of Haiti, Marielle Bobo, and the most recognized, she needs almost no introduction. You know her from Trinidad. Ladies.
Hi. Hey, guys.
The only person we're missing is Romaine Gordon from Jamaica. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to get her online, but we're going to go ahead and have an awesome conversation about the business of fashion. Are you ladies ready? Marielle, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi.
Hi. Can you hear me? Uh-oh.
Yeah, I was wondering if we were having a little trouble. So,
I can hear
Marielle,
you. Maybe
let's start with you. If you could tell us a little bit about what you do. I know you were most recently heading up fashion, directing fashion for Essence magazine and a number of other major publications. So you're very immersed into the mainstream fashion scene on the mainland US. Could you share a bit about what you do or what you've been doing and how it relates to us here in the Caribbean?
Yes. So I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me? So hi guys, my name is Marielle Bobo. I'm all the way in Brooklyn, but I am worked for 20 years in publishing as a fashion director and fashion and beauty director. Most recently, I was fashion director for Essence magazine. Prior to that, I was fashion and beauty director at Ebony magazine. And over the last 20 years, I've worked as a fashion editor, stylist, writer for a host of magazines such as Allure magazine, Glamour, Vanity Fair, tons of publications, pretty much most magazines that you can think of, styling, doing creative direction, and writing about fashion and beauty.
Right. Have you been working with a lot of Caribbean designers? How are they making out?
Yes, actually. Yeah, so I always try to make sure in all of the shoots that I'm styling, be they cover shoots or fashion features or beauty features, to always make sure that I'm pulling from designers of color. So that means designers in the Caribbean, designers throughout the diaspora. I actually just recently styled a cover during my time at Essence as fashion director with Halima Aden, the Somali model who has been making so many waves, where she wore a Haitian designer, Praj Oscar. And yeah, I always make it a point to work with designers from the Caribbean and beyond when I'm styling. Kristen Frazier and so many great talents that I've been lucky to pull from throughout the years.
Yes. So Mei Ling, over there in Trinidad, I know you're one of the Caribbean's most celebrated designers coming out of Trinidad. When you hear Marielle talk about, you know, pulling designers for shoots in mainstream media, how does that relate to what you do? Or how much does that type of thing mean to you as a designer? Mei Ling? Mei Ling, please let us know if you can hear us, if you could adjust your audio. Okay, Marielle, are you there? Marielle,
Yes,
are you
I'm
there?
still here. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes,
for some
I'm
reason
still
we're
here.
having a
Can
little
you
bit
hear
of
me?
trouble with the audio from Mei Ling. So while we figure that out, let's keep the conversation going. If you could probably share some thoughts and ideas for what designers here in the Caribbean need to be thinking about or preparing for to try to propel their respective brands in 2021.
I think that this is, obviously a very interesting time now with everything going on. But I think, even though there are definitely some challenges with what we're facing globally, I think that this is more, even more an opportunity for young designers to connect globally. I mean, I think now we have more people online more now than ever. And I think, we're looking for kind of like the next new creatives to connect with. And people are more eager to try to find ways to connect with young designers. So I would say as you're preparing your brands, to really beef up your social media presence, because that's what everyone's looking at now. So if you didn't have a real presence on Instagram, if you didn't have a website that was up and running or fully reflective of how you would want to represent your brand, now is the time to really get that into full force. Everyone is looking for the next best thing, and really, the way that we're able to kind of discover what you're doing out there is via your social media channels. So I would say to young designers that this is really the time, if you haven't already, to really invest in digital and to really, take the time to really curate your Instagram pages, your social media pages. Do what you can to really portray your brand digitally so that it can be discovered. And also I would say while people are home and they're looking at their phones and looking online more now than ever, I would say that this is also a great time to reach out to people that you're looking to connect with that maybe you haven't been able to have that chance to link up with. I'll say for myself, even as a fashion stylist and fashion director, I'm online, now more than ever, and I'm looking for young talent all the time. I think that stylists are more open now to working with new talent because, people are looking for what's next. And also, I think that there's also an opportunity to really, create those bonds and forge those relationships, reaching out to stylists that whose work you admire and finding ways to connect with them and getting your clothes to them, getting advice from fashion insiders that could maybe help you in terms of really developing your brand. I think, this is a great time to take advantage of the fact that everyone is actually, super accessible and really paying attention, to their digital channels. And I think that really is, spells a recipe for success for young brands. Kind of social media is kind of even the playing field for a lot of young creatives. And so I think really leaning into that is a great thing that you can do as a young designer.
So we hear the advice a lot about really focusing on improving your social media presence. I'm wondering if you could, especially as a stylist, expand a little bit more on really what that means. Because to be honest with you, sometimes I look at designers who I feel have a lot of talent, but when you go to their social media page, it's probably a lot of personal pictures or,
Yes.
You know what I mean?
So it's tricky. So I think, there has to be a clear separation between your personal page and what you're doing for business. And I think that you definitely need, if you don't have one already, I think that young designers need to have a dedicated page that solely focuses on their Instagram page. Or if you are looking for more of a hybrid page that also mixes some of your personal, personal happenings, it can work as long as there's a synergy between, what you're putting from your lifestyle and what works with your brands. I would say one designer from the Caribbean who actually I think does that really well is Fee Noel, who,
Yeah.
hails from Grenada. And she really, I think does a great job with her pages of really creating this lifestyle. So she'll not only have photos of her beautiful collections, but she'll also post photos of her beautiful hometown because she gets inspired. She gets so much inspiration from her country and where she's from. Her collection is directly inspired by that. The colors she uses, the fabrics she uses, the patterns and prints that she uses. And so sometimes she may fuse her posts with not only the actual clothing, but she may have some beautiful photos of maybe flowers that inspired a design, or she
Yeah.
may have photos of cultural references that directly inspired her design. So I really think as a designer, you have to think about your social media page almost as like it's like an artful curation of your brand. It's telling the story. So
Right. The story, yeah.
beyond just showing the pieces, so beyond just showing the pieces, what's the story behind your brand? And I think if you can lean into that and find ways to really visually, do that, that really will help not only readers to get a good idea, not only customers to get an idea of who you are as a designer, but also for stylists and editors to get a real scope of who you are as a brand. Because, as an editor and as a stylist, you're putting pieces in a magazine, so it really has to speak to a global audience. So you want to be able to connect with brands that have a really strong point of view, and it's very clear who they are as a designer. So I think you want your page to be a direct reflection of that. I should be able to look at your page and say, okay, I get it. I get what their vision is. I get who they are. I get, what inspired this collection, from the colors that they're using to the fabrics, even to the type of women or customers that they're portraying in the photos.
Right.
Sometimes Fee may do things like post pictures of just regular everyday women. She doesn't always have models in her clothes. Sometimes she'll post photos of models, but then sometimes she'll post photos of real women wearing the pieces, so that you get to see an idea of who her woman is, who her customer is, how the pieces look on real bodies. And those are all things that help to sell your brand better. So yeah, I would say for those looking to build their pages, really think about what I said earlier. Your social media page needs to be kind of like, think of it as like an artful curation of your brand, almost like a mood board, So, as you're pulling inspiration for your collection, a lot of times designers may have like fabric swatches they use, or, paintings that maybe inspired them. Whatever the things were that inspired your vision, that's what you want to show on your Instagram page. And anything that's not in line with that shouldn't be on the page, because it'll be confusing and it'll just dilute your message as a designer. So just think of it in those terms.
All right. We're trying to get Mei Ling. We need her to turn her camera the right side up. And we need her to make sure that her audio is there. We are definitely live.
I mean, this is
We're
what it is.
doing
But
some
it's
real
exciting,
unconventional things
how
here.
great is this? But how great is this, though, that we could all be in different parts of the world to, coming together in this way?
I'm telling you. But it's great. And the information, despite all the craziness going on, the information is very valuable. And I'm pretty sure it's being helpful, even for people who view now or if you'll view later. Very, very helpful. And I think it should help propel a lot of people in 2021. And that's what we want. We want people to get through this tough time, and know that better days are coming.
Definitely.
So while we wait to see what's going on with Mei Ling, the other thing I wanted to talk about. She's there?
Yeah, I see her. But she still has no
Mei
sound.
Ling, but you're still having trouble with audio. I'm so sorry this is happening. Okay. Marielle?
Yes.
Yes. So the other side of things that I wanted to to get from you as we talk about the designers and what they need to do to really get themselves out there in a good way for 2021 and beyond. The other side of the thing is models. A lot of Caribbean models in particular, I know a lot of them come to me asking for advice or seeking opportunities on how to get themselves out there. What could you contribute to that topic? What advice do you have for them?
Yeah, so I would say, so actually, interestingly enough, I first started out as a model agent before I got into publishing. I worked at Wilhelmina in the men's division as a booker. And one of the things that I loved was, and one of the things that was great was that we would do modeling conventions and we would go to different parts of the world scouting. And I would say this was prior to all of the social media days, though. So I would say now for young models that are getting out there, I would say some similar advice about Instagram and social media channels. I think, again, more and more publications and brands are really finding talent online. When you look at what Rihanna has done with her Fenty brand, you know, what she does, she doesn't use your kind of like, she's not necessarily using models that are signed with agencies. She finds a lot of her girls online and goes through kind of unconventional ways of finding new talent. So I think, again, it's a great way for young models to get themselves out there, really kind of building up their presence online and finding ways to connect with young talent. So I would say for young models in the Caribbean, start first by connecting with local talent. So connect with whoever your local photographers are in your city. Connect with local stylists. You know, all of the young fashion creatives, wherever you're from, that are looking to get into the industry and build a name for themselves, start there. And it's easy to kind of connect with who's in your town via the social media channels. And starting out with young photographers and young stylists will allow you to be able to get photos taken that you could use for an online portfolio and for your Instagram page. And that's how you're able to start to have work that you can put up that people can see and use as ways to see what kind of model you are and how you pose and present in different scenarios. So I would say first to start with connecting with the local creatives where you are. Find out who's in your town that's a young up-and-coming photographer, a young up-and-coming stylist that's just looking to create work and find models that they can work with, young designers that are looking to have models, you know, that could pose in lookbooks and things like that for them, and pose in photos that they could use for their e-commerce, and start there. And then I would say, you know, if you are in a city where there are some local agencies, to try to find ways from there online to also connect with local agencies and bookers via social media. Again, social media is like the great equalizer because everyone is online now and people are willing to actually connect. And people also kind of want to have this thing of being the first and finding fresh faces. And so I would say to start there. I would say to start first with social media. And then I would say to also look into, if you're looking to sign with bigger agencies, you can submit photos via the mail. You can submit photos via Instagram to agents in different cities and things like that. And those are ways that you could get yourself seen in different markets and hopefully lead to getting signed or at least booking jobs with the local creatives in your city, in your town.
So as a former agent and a fashion stylist and working with all these major publications, what would you say are some of the things, especially as a model, if you're submitting pictures to a big agency, what are they looking for? Is there a certain style to the photography? What are some no-nos?
So the biggest no-no from a young model would be to be too overdone, meaning too styled, too much makeup. As an agent, you want to see the model stripped down because that's the only way that you can really tell what they look like. I know that when I started out at Wilhelmina, sometimes they would do these open calls and the girls would come in like so done, like they were about to go straight into a photo shoot. And as an agent, you don't want to see that because it's hard. As a model, you are kind of like a blank canvas and you should be able to kind of transform depending on the job, depending on the client. And if you come in looking one way all the time, it's hard for the brand to be able to see you in their world. You know, that specific designer may say, you know, my collection this season, I want a girl who, you know, has her hair. I pictured this girl with a bohemian look with her hair a certain way. And if you're coming in straight off the runway looking like you just came out of a photo shoot already done, it's hard to really tell what the girl looks like. And so as an agent, you want to see the girl in her natural form, her natural hair, her natural, you know, clean face, not fully done up, because that's how you can actually, you know, you want to see the person in their purest sense, undone, because that's essentially how clients will view you when you go to these castings and things like that. And then they're able to look at you and think about how they would want to transform you for specific jobs and things like that. So I would say the biggest no-no is to go into trying to get signed with agents or trying to connect with agents and model bookers is to be overdone. Don't go in fully made up. Just come in as your natural, beautiful self. Stripped down, clean face, natural, you know, hair pulled back off the face. You know, you shouldn't come in fully done. And I know that's hard because, you know, we as Black women, especially Caribbean women, like we love, you know, we want to do it up. We love all the hair, the makeup, the outfits. But as a model, they want to see you kind of in your most natural state. They don't want to see you fully with the full bead and all the contouring and all that because they're not able to get a full view of who you are, what you really look like underneath everything. So that's the advice that I would give.
Now, there's some models, especially if they have a certain look to them, like we're seeing a lot of beautiful, dark chocolate, black skin. Now people are saying this is getting popular. Could you help me with that? What do you, how as a model, how do you understand how to define what's your look in the industry? Or the natural hair models? You know what I mean?
Yeah, so I think it depends on what facet of the industry you're trying to go into. So I think if you're trying to go into runway modeling and that's kind of the space that you want to stay in, meaning like, you know, modeling for fashion shows and that kind of thing and doing the catwalk, that's more so about like perfecting your walk and being able to really showcase the clothes. So for the girls that are looking into getting into that world, it's really about really mastering your walk. And designers don't necessarily want a girl who's going to have a walk that's going to overpower the clothes, because you're there to showcase the clothing and the designer's vision. So that's one thing. If you're looking to go into runway, if you're looking to go into being like a hair model, I think it just depends on the lane that you're looking for. If you're looking to go into like being a natural hair model or something like that, that definitely is a very specific market. But I would say I think we're in an exciting time now because what you were saying about kind of like, you know, specific looks are popular at a time, like the dark skin, very chocolate girl, short natural. A lot of times we see these fashion brands get fixated on certain looks. But I think now is an exciting time because people want more diversity and people want to see themselves. And you have a lot more brands that are broadening the scope of the models that they're choosing. So I would say just be yourself. Don't worry about having to conform to a specific look that you think is popular, because even that's the wrong route, because next month it could be another look that's popular, you know? So I think as a model, you go into it, you know, with however you feel can best represent yourself. Don't go into it necessarily thinking about how you can conform for the client. But now I think it's a great time because models are being given jobs and visibility that years ago we wouldn't necessarily see get the same sort of platforms. I mean, you know, I mentioned Fenty earlier,
Okay.
and you know, you look at everything that Rihanna's been doing to champion not just body diversity, but even everything from you see models with freckles and gaps
Yeah.
and you know, and all kind of variations on our beauty that are celebrated now. And so I think that this is an exciting time to be a model because people are looking for, they want to see themselves. You know, people are tired of seeing this one note of one form of beauty. And brands are realizing if they want to survive, especially in today's age, you have to broaden your scope. You can't just you have this one narrow vision of beauty. And so that goes back to what I was saying about online, how so many brands are discovering girls online. They're finding different types of beauty online. And so it's a great time for girls who maybe would ordinarily think, oh, I don't fit the mold of a typical model. Yes, you do. You know, there's an audience, there's a reader that will see themselves in you. So if that's a passion that you have, just be confident. You have to definitely be confident to be a model because there's a lot of rejection. But be confident and put your best self forward and go for it because there's definitely a space for you. You know, there's a brand that would love you. There's a space for you. There's a beauty brand. There's a fashion brand that would love what you represent. So it's a time where there's a lot more opportunity.
Definitely. I think we're getting some audio from Mei Ling, but Mei Ling, I think the only thing we need is for you to turn your camera upside right, up. Oh, we lost her again. I'm sorry. Yeah, apparently we're having trouble getting mailing in. We're so sorry about that. So I'm not sure if she can hear me, but Mei Ling, if you can hear me, the only trouble we're having is that your camera is upside down. But we really would love to get you in a conversation because it would be interesting to hear about what's happening in Trinidad. I know similar to designers based on the mainland in the US, you know, a lot of design houses are basically closed down production. A lot of them are focused on mass production. So it's interesting times right now as a designer.
Definitely.
Yeah. Have you spoken to any of your designer friends, Marielle, about that?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of them now are really leaning more into e-commerce. You know, many of my young designer friends may not have had like an actual e-commerce setup in place. But now they're really being forced to kind of find ways to try to get that up and running. And also, many have been really leaning into doing the masks and doing production as far as creating PPE in light of the COVID-19 pandemic, and have actually found a great audience there as far as doing the masks and leading into that new form of production. So it's actually been interesting. A lot of designers have been so creative with the way that they've been pivoting with the designing of the masks. Ah, there's Mei Ling.
Mei Ling.
Oh, thank God.
I know.
Wi-Fi.
We can hear you.
It's okay. We are live.
I'm so sorry about this.
It's quite all right.
I've done so many of them week, and this is the first one that has given me so much trouble.
Really? I'm so sorry.
But I'm glad. But I heard every word that you said, and spot on, especially when you were speaking about what your page should look like as a designer, because I have to say that a lot of my foreign orders comes from my Instagram page, and even people just visiting Trinidad, they come to me with their phones and they say, so I think I must be doing something well, but I listen to every word of your advice.
Yes. So now I'll turn it over to you so you could get an opportunity to share with us what's happening in Trinidad as a designer. I know when we talked, you shared with me, production has been more or less fully shut down, and you've been working on, getting your e-commerce more on the up and up to keep things going. You want to talk a little bit about that?
I just had a bit of good news, because we resumed, production was shut down for 2 months, and we were allowed to start, and I started production on Tuesday. Monday was a public holiday, and they said, but we still couldn't do retail, and retail was scheduled for the 20th of June, and lo and behold, the Prime Minister came on just a while ago, and probably this is why I was so excited. We can open up on the 8th. Actually, not on the 8th, on Monday. So day after tomorrow, retail will be open. So that's great news for Trinidad and Tobago. And, because it really was a downer to be, but, it gave us time. And I think the whole, internationally, the fashion world had to pause for a moment. And I think it gave us time to think and rethink and, probably come up with a whole new model.
Yeah. So what is something new that you're feeling that is going to be new at Mailing Inc.?
Well, I think, I'm really working on getting my shop online. That's one thing. I think that's what I'm going to continue doing what I do, the best service we can give, respecting all protocols because of the pandemic, and just trying to let our clients know that it's safe to come back. And also my Easter collection never made it into the shop. So I know that a lot of them are waiting to see what we have, and we'll be reopening with a lot of surprises to them, lots of gifts to welcome them back. And we'll just see from there, because, I don't have a crystal ball. Nobody knows. And I think part of the anxiety of most of people with shops or businesses, it was, what is this new model? We don't know until we open our doors. We don't know if people are going to want to come back in right away. We don't know if they're going to, clothing is going to be high priority. So it's just about waiting, trusting, and saying a prayer and hoping that everything is going to be okay.
Yeah. So, Mailing, I know you participate in a number of fashion shows, particularly Caribbean Fashion Week, and I believe some international shows outside of the Caribbean, correct?
Yes.
So how, you want to share a bit about how important that is for your brand?
Well, I think I have to say first about Caribbean Fashion Week is that I did one of many years ago. My first one in the Caribbean outside of Trinidad was in Jamaica for Caribbean Fashion Week. And I have to give all kudos to Caribbean Fashion Week, and also at that time, Novia McDonald-White, who is a style editor of The Observer, had me on the front page. And I really think that doing Caribbean Fashion Week frequently after that, got my name out there. What I loved is that I met so many other Caribbean designers and international designers. The other show that I love doing is Dominicana Moda in Santo Domingo. Last year I went, but I went just to speak to the students, not to show. I think the quality of their show is really high. It can compare to any show, any international show. And I always think that any show like that grows a brand, and especially in the Caribbean, if it's done well, it lets the Caribbean is a whole huge pool for consumers or for people who want to buy Caribbean designers, and sometimes it's nice for them to meet with us. I know that carnival time when we have a lot of visitors, a lot of Caribbean visitors and international visitors. They all know from Instagram or from seeing me at these shows that they come directly into my shop, and they also shop other Trinidadian designers while they're here. So I think these shows in the Caribbean are good marketing tools for all of us.
So is there such a thing as crossover in the designer world? Like what are we doing, or what do we need to do to tap into the US market, the European market?
I think we're all trying to do that. I mean, it's going to be doubly difficult now because think of all
not
the
so difficult,
all
is it?
well, I think
With the
right
internet?
now after the pandemic, the fashion industry has been really, really hurt by this, and you see big shops, brick and mortar shops as big as Macy's and Neiman Marcus crumbling, and so a lot of even the young designers, look at the young designers who are now graduating out of school, they couldn't even have live shows. So I think we will always still try to get into a bigger market, but I think it may probably take more time now.
Okay. What did you have to say, Marielle, about that?
I agree. I think that it's definitely a difficult time. And yeah, I mean, we've seen so many big stores that have been affected. I mean, when you see Neiman Marcus, closing and these big brands is very telling. I mean, I will say that there have been these changes have been already kind of coming. The fashion industry has kind of been going through some transformative moments, even leading up to COVID. But now, obviously with all the closures and everything, it will definitely impact things. But I do think that, out of any tough time comes a time of innovation. And I do think that there's a lot of opportunity for young designers to kind of rethink their brands. I will say that I think for a lot of the Caribbean designers, there's actually a business model that they already have that works. A lot of the Caribbean designers have seasonless collections that could kind of work, could be universal. They announced that they're now going down to two shows a season. They're only participating in 2 fashion weeks a year now. And it's kind of going back to this slower model of kind of not mass producing and looking to create collections that could be timeless. And I think a lot of Caribbean designers have a benefit in that way, because a lot of their collections, they don't, a lot of Caribbean designers aren't designing necessarily by season. The pieces are pieces that could kind of be worn universally, and so I think that by way of the nature of designing that way is already putting them ahead of the game. Whereas a lot of brands that are putting out 4 and 5 collections a year, they're at a disadvantage because they have pieces. They're coming out with winter collections and coats and all these heavy things that just aren't, they're just sitting and they're not selling, and they're stuck with all this inventory now that they don't know what to do with, and they're mass producing in ways, and now they're left with all this inventory that they don't know how to sell and how to get rid of. So I think that a lot of Caribbean designers are at an advantage in that sense. If you're designing pieces that are more universal, I think a lot of the larger designers are going to be thinking more in those terms now, of saying, okay, I think we're going to see a kind of shift back to where we started, of going back to pieces that are well-made, quality pieces that you could have in your collection for years to come, versus trend, things that are just trendy for one season and then next year it looks dated. So I think, designers need to think in those terms. What could I create that would be a piece that someone, would hold on to and that could stand the test of time and that won't be affected by, the fact that, things like this with what we're facing, So I think, it's definitely a challenge, but I think Designers are just going to kind of have to rethink how they're positioning their brands. And for young designers that are already producing fewer things and not as, as focused on having this mass output, there's actually a win in that. I think people are looking for more special pieces, and they're looking for things that have the craftsmanship versus just mass produced pieces that you could just put out that don't really have the design aspect. And that's what a lot of designers out of the Caribbean specialize in, is like
Yeah,
the
I was about to say,
craftsmanship and
Mei for
quality
sure
pieces.
definitely has mastered craftsmanship.
Craft.
You want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, well, I totally agree with what Maria is saying, because I think, well, I'm so happy that they've gone back to 2 collections a year, and that is basically what we do. Again, we don't do fast fashion, but we don't do thousands
Please, you're
of
walking
pieces.
in front of my live.
So we don't do thousands of pieces, so it's perfect for us at this time. As you say, we don't, the pieces that we do, at least what I do, can translate throughout the year. We don't work with wools and heavier fabrics, but then we may do like beautiful evening blouses that could be worn with a winter suit or a winter evening trousers. So I think now it's a great time for us.
I'm sorry, I just got distracted. We are definitely live, and I just had someone who I have no idea who he is just walked on the property here.
So no, I agree with Marielle. I think now it's all gonna be about sustainability. So it's gonna be about beautiful, timeless pieces with lots of artisanal work. A lot of embroideries, and every designer is going to try to come up with something different and something that will last. So as Marielle said, it's not going to be about trend. And this is what was happening. And I thought actually the international designers were getting tired. There was nothing new coming out. So I think this is really a good time for us to pause and rethink our brands, or if we have rethought them while we're at home. I think also the people are going to be buying with value in mind. They're going to be hopefully buying consciously and not overbuying. I think overconsumption was part of the problem. And I think designers were making collections that some of them were, they landed up in landfills. And this is what we want. So it's going to be a whole new time. And I think sustainability, which already is a buzzword, but I think everyone is going to be paying more attention to this.
Definitely. Mylene, one of the things I wanted to get from you also was, because earlier Marielle and I talked about the models and the roles they have in the industry. As a designer, what do you look for in models?
Well, first again, I heard what Marielle said when I was trying to figure this whole thing out about a model coming for a casting and coming too done up, because then you can't really see what the model is really looking like. I totally agree with that, Marielle. I also think for me, I usually know what look that I want.
Yeah.
And we have beautiful girls in the Caribbean, so it's not a difficult for us. I just think sometimes I prefer to work with a girl when I start, the girl who has never had any sort of, because sometimes they have a perception what a model is, and the designer doesn't get it, like the way they walk, it's too much. Now it's very easy. I like girls who are very natural, they're almost like the blank canvas. I hate to say this, but a model is usually just a hanger on a runway, it's and the designer, so the model is really my canvas or my muse, and then I can dress and choose a makeup. And so when they come for a casting, I prefer to see them as simple as possible. The other thing I also think I'm very strict about models being on time, taking care of the garment when they're fitting, respecting the people that they're working with, the makeup artists, the hairstylists. And I have to say, so far I've had lovely girls to work with, and there's more diversity now. So it's not just a skinny model, they're going to be models with fuller figures. And of course, the Caribbean women are fuller figures. So it's really, I feel it's always up to the designer or whoever is producing the show, who would help the designer choose a girl.
Definitely. So who have been the top models from the Caribbean that you have been working with so far, Mei?
Well, I've worked with many of them. I mean, and even the local ones who haven't made it big. But Naomi Chingwing, who is like on she's worked with every big from Coco Velvet models, and now I think she's with Elite, and she's really made it very big. She's worked with some of the big names. She's a lovely girl, very easy. But I mean, there are a lot of other ones throughout the years that I can't really. But I mean, Naomi is the one at the moment. I mean, we haven't had her down here for many seasons because now she's so busy, working for the international brands. But as I say, most of our Caribbean girls, I think, are all beautiful. A lot of the Jamaican girls have made it big. One of my models, Fariel, she's with Saint Models. She was in Europe last year. She's lovely. So, many of them have come through these doors.
Yeah. I know one of the things we often hear, models have to have the right attitude. They have to be personable, easy to get along with. As you highlighted, have respect for the clothes and be on time. Do we want to give some more advice to the models who might be listening, aspiring models that is, about some more things if you want to work with a Mei Ling or any of the other top designers in the Caribbean or in the US? Some more things that you have to think about.
Yeah, Marielle, you want to take that one? I think they would listen to Marielle on this one.
They'll listen to Marielle?
Because Marielle...
no.
Yeah, because I can say the same thing that Marielle is probably going to say that she said earlier on, but coming from you, who will work with international models, they may listen a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm just putting it out there because I guess through doing this event, and we've had fashion shows at the event and stuff, a lot of the local models come to me and ask that question. So I wanted to make sure we touch on that.
So in addition to everything that Mei Ling said about being prompt, being on time, what we both talked about being a blank canvas, I think it's also do your homework. I think, do whatever you can to get yourself ahead of the game. So research the client that you are going to be working for. See, if you have an idea of what they are casting for and what kind of look they might be going for, that will give you a leg up. So I'll say that for myself, and working with different models for various photo shoots, we'll have castings where we have the girls come in and we look at their portfolio, and I'll sit and talk to them for a little while to kind of get a feel of their personality. But I think sometimes the girls that stand out in those meetings are the ones that actually also seem to know something about the brand and have a real love of fashion. Because sometimes I have girls that will come in that they don't even really know anything about fashion. They're just pretty, and they just kind of feel like, oh, I'm cute, book me, but it matters when you come in and then you actually know about the industry that you're here for, so the girls that actually know about the backgrounds of some of these designers, the girls that actually may know about the history of the magazine clients that they may be going out for, or if it's a cosmetics company and they're going out for a makeup casting, or a hair company and they're going out for a hair casting, having some background on the history of the brand will help you. That's kind of what will help you stand out, versus you got to realize when a client is casting a model, you could have sat with tens of, you might have met with 20, 30 girls, 40 girls that day. And after a while, you can kind of be forgettable if you don't, do things to engage with the client and show that you really want to be there and you're excited for the opportunity. And I've had a lot of girls that I've met with for castings that kind of seem like just very disinterested. They're there, they don't really engage. You ask them questions, They don't really seem like they're interested. But the girls that stand out are the ones that you talk to them and they actually seem like they do have some background on the company. If you're casting with a designer, let's say you're casting with Mei Ling for maybe a show that she's working on or a lookbook or photo shoot she may be doing, know about her brand. It would be great to go in as a model and actually be familiar with who she is as a designer and have some familiarity with the kinds of models that she usually goes for and the personalities that she looks for. And I would say that would apply to, across the board, to both designers and to also magazines, any clients that a model might be interacting with, even potential agents, a model that might be looking to get signed with an agency. She's going to meet with an agent and that agent is going to talk to her, get a feel for her personality. And, going into these positions and seeming like, having a breadth of knowledge about the client that you're meeting with will just help you stand out. So do your research, take it as you would any other job. You wouldn't go to a job, you wouldn't go to a job interview and sit there interviewing with the client and say, oh, well, I never even heard of your company, So do your homework, know about the industry, know what it takes to get in. Do some research on what it is to be a model. A lot of times models think that it's just show up and just be pretty and that's it. And no, you need to know your angles. You need to know how to pose. You need to know how to find your light. You need to know for different designers have different walks that they may be looking for. So all of those things, do your research, take it as you would any other job, do your homework so that you go in and you present your best self. Don't just say, a lot of girls, there's a million beautiful girls and a lot of girls think that that's enough. But what will separate the girls who, just do okay versus the girls who really excel, when you look at the supermodels and the top models, the girls who really take it to the next level are the ones that really know their stuff. They know about the industry. They know who the designers are. They know what it takes to be a good model. They know how to pose. And so, I would say do your research. Don't just think it's enough to just be attractive. And that's it. Be prepared.
And I could also, can I just also add, well, I agree, you've said everything that I would have anyway, but I know they're going to get it. They're going to listen more to you as you would with international models. I always think that, I also had a girl who comes in here, and, her nails are, I'm not saying that you have to have brightly colored nails or sparkles, but she just looks crisp, fresh, and with a smile and easy to work with, not an attitude. And you can usually pick up the energy. The energy at that first meeting is so important. As you say, you don't want to come in here bored. Well, I really don't want to be here. Sometimes I ask, do you really want this? And then what about if when I book you with long or shoulder length, dark hair. And then when you turn up for the day of the show, you have short blonde hair. I booked you because you have that look and I like that look. So you can't just suddenly switch on me. Sometimes a girl would call me because if she has another show, she'd say, well, I'm putting in braids or what, and then I'll think. But don't surprise the designer on the day of the show or the day before the show when she's coming in for fittings.
Yeah.
Yes,
so it's just
I agree.
About
I've had the same thing also on the magazine side.
Sorry,
I was going to
ahead.
just add, I've had the same thing on the magazine side where I'll book a model based off of her hair being a certain way and her look being a certain way, and then same thing. She'll show up the day of the photo shoot as she cut all her hair or she dyed her hair and just took it upon herself to make changes that she didn't communicate. Or like Mei Ling said, maybe she booked another job where her hair had to be different and didn't change it back. So I think all of those things, be aware of the fact that you are being booked for this job based off of, having a certain look. You're the designer, the client is selling a specific story, and you need to be consistent with that look when it comes time for the job. And making those kind of changes without communicating that to the client is just a lack of professionalism that will leave a bad taste in the client's mouth afterwards.
So really quickly, In 3 words or less. That's a challenge for you. What do we want to tell our Caribbean sisters and brothers about the world of fashion? What we want to see in 2021? What do we wish for?
That's hard. None of us want to take that.
No, no, no. I mean, right now, we're just grateful to be here. We wish that everybody will be safe at the moment and observe everything that we're being told to be done, that we are asked, wear the mask, wash your hands. And a lot of people, they say all of that, but also be healthy. Be healthy, boost your immune system. And for me, let's hope that we start moving the fashion industry again forward. It's going to take some time, but I think by 2021, let it be a fabulous year. We've always missed 2020, but we're here, so I'm grateful. Thank you for inviting me. Yes.
Thank you so much, Mei-Ling. Thank you,
You're
Mariella. Marielle.
Thank you.
Did I pronounce it right?
Marielle.
Marielle. Sorry about that. I am the sun is calming down, but I'm doing pretty good out here on this patio poolside in a BVI. I hope to see you both real soon. Thank you so much. Stay blessed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good one. Thanks for having us.
Nice meeting you, Michelle.
Nice.
All right, we're going to go back to the DJ. We're going to get up, dance it out. We have our final session coming up at 6 o'clock. So right now, as we would be doing at the Posh Girl Power Brunch, we would take a break and dance it out.
Lips International, what was that?
All right, ladies, all right. So at this time, this is the time for you to get up, get your drinks, because this is what we call a jam down session, right? So let's go, let's go.
Never see a girl. Balance when it's so yet. Get down, pretty ball, pretty ball.
I want to see everybody up and dancing.
Balance when it's so yet. Get down, pretty ball, pretty ball. Balance when it's so yet. Get down, pretty ball, pretty ball. Balance when it's so yet.
This is the Caribbean Posh Brunch. And I am your DJ Lips International.
Get down for the board, pull on for the board, get down for the board, pull on for the board, get down for the board, pull on for the board, pull on for the board, for the board, get down for the board, for the board, pull on for the board, for the board, if the time when you work in the board, pull on for the board, for the board, spread your legs out,
You can follow me on Instagram at lipsintl.
We all at the ground, yeah. We all in it down, yeah. We up on the story. It's a banana too.
I don't want to see anyone sitting. You need to be up and dancing.
We ready to go, yeah. We gon' make them jump. We gon' make them turn up. We gon' make them wine. We gon' make them free up. It's the place of a canal. It's this we put at the gal.
Anybody ready for a carnival?
Everybody on stage, Colorado. If you're coming down from the mountain, Colorado. When we read this in the tongue, see me jumping on it. It's a banana grass. It's a banana grass. You could see it's already got red, Colorado. When the people tell you they cannot red, Colorado.
All right, ladies, it's time, it's time. Lisa. Y'all ready, y'all ready?
Hey, girl, that's your money fall on the floor. Bend over, pick it up. Is that your wallet on the floor? Bend over, pick it up. You know I just cannot ignore.
We tell them we wine till.
High out of my mind, looseness in my waist, not the answer shade. Washing up the spine, making up the face, not the answer shade.
Don't worry, we jamming still.
They don't know we are ready when it comes to party. I just wine and go down and wine and go down and wine and go down full stop. And everybody, they just talk about me with my hand in the air, rubbing my head. Why not doing it till I hold and break, 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 till I hold and break.
The party start, toy toy. The party shot, toy toy. The party sweet, toy toy. The party nice, toy toy. It's from a drama J, from a drama J. That is all away, that is all away. Give me a drink for the case right now. I want a drink on the case right now. Give me the wine and space right now. Give me the rhythm for me waist. Biddy 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 boom bam toy toy. Biddy 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 boom bam toy toy. Biddy 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 boom bam toy toy. Biddy biddy biddy.
Posh Caribbean brunch.
Biddy biddy boom bam toy toy. Biddy 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 boom bam toy toy. Biddy 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 boom bam toy toy. When I say I fed up with hot.
You know when it's so nice, you gotta play it twice, right? Anybody from Grenada? From the BVI, the Virgin Islands? Barbados, Bahamas? Every small island, stand up right now.
When I say I fed up with hot, all you feel is truth I'm making. I don't want to hate on love, but sometimes I keep debating. She said she only lover, she only friend. We make a wish, I be prepared. I sleep and I had a dream. Wake up and I make a vow. As soon as everything comes together, so I know what I do wrong again, Lord. Tell me what I do wrong again. People calling me name, Lord. They say I get hard again.
Lips International.
You like that? Stop, chop, down, pick up your bumper. She really love the road.
I don't know about you, but I'm ready. I'm ready to hit the road.
She begging for the road. Yeah. And when she get there, she get on bad on the road. She sit down on the road. She wind up on the road. She push back on the road. She walk up on the road. On the road. She wind up on the road. She push back on the road. She cock up on the road. Let's do all I know. Yeah, brother. The other come, she bump on me right.
Ladies, I want to see you dancing.
Pressure star.
Get up.
Look, pressure
Start to wine.
Right now, pressure star. Look, pressure star. Right now, pressure star. Look, pressure star. Right now, the whole place done up. That bumper I can done up. Cause when you see me in the street and I grind to the beat, I got your bumper, they jump up. This bumper is mine. I want you roll it behind. Cause when you come in at the place, turn up the bass. I want your push back and take every grinding now. Pressure star. Look, pressure star. Right now. Pressure star.
Look the pressure.
Right now, the pressure star. Look the pressure star. Right now, the pressure star. Look the pressure star.
Yes. Yes, ladies.
¿Qué tengo que hacer para que vuelvas conmigo?
Ladies, like I tell you, this is the part of the party where we get on bad, right?
Passport stamp, cross customs, straight off the jumbo jet. Hey, straight off the jumbo jet. Hey, straight off the jumbo jet. Hey, straight off the jumbo jet. Straight from the airport, straight in the fit. Man, straight off the jumbo jet. Hey, straight off the jumbo jet. Ha, straight off the jumbo jet. Hey, straight off the plane.
Anybody ready for a fat? A real fat, let's go.
From a rich inside the session, I jump already. I see a sexy girl, I want to walk already. I drink a bowl, 10 buckle of rum already. I don't take a selfie, Instagram already. I'm moving like a madman. Oh, there's problems in this session. Oh, give me space like a pedestrian. Oh, and please don't ask no question.
Bounce it up, so let me wind up behind it. Bounce it up.
Let's go, let's go.
Bounce it up, let me see how I wind it. One to the bounce it up, so let me wind up behind it. Bounce it up, one to the ready woman winding like a big bossy me. Hey, me love the way you wind it. Yeah, take the pressure, give me piece of that before I day. Wait, I want to do the wine. I went so bad, boy. I went so bad, boy. I went so bad, boy. I went so bad. I want to do the wine. I went so bad, boy. I went so bad, boy. I went so bad, boy. I went so bad.
Ladies, if you know you got it fat, let me see, let me see. Once again, gotta thank Caribbean Posh Brunch, right?
Hands up like fitness. Show the world, make everybody witness. On the road with a band that big. And the girls waistline just gifted. One cheese, we don't want people business. And if I put them out now quick. Round here, we don't support no mischief. Cause it's party time with your business. Boom, no stress how we say, but we want rum. Up in here, get back with two chill while we calm down. Up in here, we're not going to live till it's all done. Up in here, find a gal and jump cause we want one. And we just go up and up and up, up and up, up and up. When you see we, hands can up and up, up and up, up and up. Everybody, hands can up and up, up and up, up and up. When you see we, hands can up and up, up and up, up and up.
Y'all ready? Are you ready to party for real? Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Hey, you see me? No more sleeping carnival run. Yeah, I jumping up in the burning sun. Yeah, and I don't care if the rain come down. Yeah, that just stop me from having fun. Cause I am a party animal, party animal, party animal. No sleep at all. Party animal, party animal, party animal. No sleep. Take a wine, take a wine. 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 Take a jump, take a jump. Take a jump, take a jump. Take a jump, take a jump. Take a jump, take a jump.
Once again, ladies, once again, thank you so much for jamming with me on the Caribbean Posh Brunch. It was always my pleasure. And I'll see you guys again soon. Thank you.
Business slow, cash flow down, hosting an upcoming event? We can help. Advertise with 284 Media and take your business or event to the next level by enhancing your present marketing and messaging strategies. Allow our team of experts to create a personalized ad that sets your business apart from all the rest. This could be your business or event. So, what are you waiting for? Contact our marketing team at 284media at cctbvi.com. Advertising with us works.
Come on!
Yes. You want top of power?
You want top of power?
Join the prepaid party with CCT and enjoy more affordable data plans, more top-up promotions, more savings with hero bundles, and more value for your money each and every Tuesday with Top Up Turn Up Tuesday. Visit a CCT store today or anywhere CCT Top Up is sold and top up your phone.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. You want top of power?
Come on!
All right. Can you hear us now? Okay. Oh, you go ahead, P. Yeah, go ahead, P, and talk, because
We hear you now.
let's figure it out. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Great. Well, welcome.
Welcome. Welcome. Thank you all for tuning in and being here with us. Today, we're going to be talking about the power of collaboration. I'm Malik, and I'm one of the founders of Adults in Series. And this is...
Yes, so my name is Kayra. I'm 23. We both live in New York and Brooklyn. I currently work at MTV and VH1 in development. I'm also one of the creators of Adults in Series, and I'm mostly tasked with writing and producing.
And I'm Paulette, and I am 24, and I'm a producer-director, but with adulting, I'm classed as a director. And just to mention my Caribbean background, ladies, you say it afterwards, but I'm Dominican.
Oh, yes, we the whole reason we here.
Yes.
I was born and raised in St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. I'm from West.
And my family background is I'm from Haitian descent, so that's me. And I'm 25.
Yes. So the three of us are probably wondering who we are, what we do. Well, we all work together to create a web series, which we're going to show you guys right now. Let's share our screen. Oh, wrong thing. Present. All right. So we did come from three separate walks of life. The three of us, Malik was raised in Atlanta, Paulette, New York, and myself, St. Croix. And the three of us came together in a very unique way. Paulette and I met in France. We both skipped our college graduations to go intern with respective companies. I was with Lionsgate and Paulette was with Annapurna Pictures, and a mutual friend was like, you guys should hang out and be friends. So we did. When we got back to New York, I was telling Paulette about an idea that I had, and she was super into it. We decided to work together. And Malik and I met later that year. A couple months later, we were getting pizza, and in talking, we discovered that we were both had the same idea for a show, and that show is called Adultin. The three of us came together and we created this digital series. It is scripted and unscripted. It's an anthology series that highlights the different aspects of the adult experience. So in season 1, we had 5 episodes: laundry, bills, groceries, parents, and sex. And those are the topics that we covered. Each episode is super different, but the one thing that makes it the same is something that we like to call a save. which stands for stylistic altered visual element. And so the save is like a dream sequence or fantasy sequence where we break time, and that's what keeps all of our episodes uniform. And lo and behold, coming up next week is our Adulting Anniversary Week. So we are celebrating all week, June 1st through the 5th, to talk about the achievements that we have made. And, you know, hope to see y'all there.
So what we do is, can P still see us?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. All right. So yeah.
There's a lag, so just bear with me. So yeah, so
Okay.
just to go into what we do, so I am directing for season 2. Kayra's producing it, and Malik is acting as the editor and post supervisor and handling all that fun stuff. So for the production of season 1, it was a little different because we all kind of assigned each other an episode. So I took over the 4th episode, which is Bananas Te Amo, and that's the groceries episode. And so each person had, you know, the responsibility of directing, writing, or shooting those individual episodes. And so that's how we kind of like separated the tasks. And recently we chose like our new rules after we had a taste with season 1, like having a taste to be able to direct, produce, write, and edit. And we were like, okay, Malik's like, yeah, I think I want to stick to the editing side now. So that's how we decided to switch over as we ramp up for season 2. But yeah, season 1 was kind of like figuring out how to collaborate with one another in the sense of how our relationship would work out for 3 people who never have kind of met or worked with each other. So it was a little confusing, but I think we all had a good working relationship in the way that we meshed right away. We all respected each other, and we both showed love to one another. So that was very, very important for us. So because of that, working together, we kind of adopted the MOCA model. And so with the MOCA model, each letter stands for something so each letter is an acronym. So M is for manager, O is for owner, C is for consulted, H is for helper, A is for approval. And essentially what happens is that the owner gets a task, whether that's finding crew, right? They get a task that they have to oversee and just have the overall responsibility for the success or failure of that task. So they have to ensure that all the work gets done with the directly or with helpers, which is the H in MOCA. So a helper assistant does some of the work as well, or with any others, such as like, which is the C, which is for a consultant. So if they want to get some opinion or advice on something, because we all this has all been new for us in terms of raising money, in terms of bringing people together, people of color together, bringing Black people together to create this show. So yeah, and then the M for MOCA is manager, which is essentially someone that the owner reports back to. So the way that we work, we split it 33, 33, 33. So 33% for each one of us. And when someone is assigned a task, right, they are kind of accountable to the other 2, the M, the manager, MOCA, the other 2. And I think that's really what's important, is that we're able to be so successful because, or just make the show happen because we are accountable to one another. We kind of hold each other in check, which is very, very important. And leading to that, although we are accountable to one another, we don't micromanage each other, right? Like that's the power of collaboration, is just being able to trust the people that you collaborate with and you work with. And we definitely if any questions need to be answered, if we're unsure of anything, of how to move to the next steps because we can't figure it out, we keep, an open line of communication. And part of that, which is very important for us, is that we're constantly listening to one another. We're not just straight talking over one another. We even kind of also separate our work/personal life. So we use the app called Slack, where we have all work conversations in there. And then we also have our own group chat where we can kiki and like send the little jokes and stuff and just kind of develop our friendship.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, go ahead, P. We were just harping on your point about developing our friendship on the side because we know that friendships are the major foundation of working together.
For sure. And that's the thing too. Like when you collaborate with people, it doesn't have to just be like that 9 to 5 where you just go in, you leave, you check out, and it's like bye. Like we definitely didn't want that going forward with our dynamic. It's very important for us to have a friendship and just be able to even like separate that line. So like not to take certain things that may happen at work personally, because you know some things may hit the fan, and really your quick response to that matters. And having that group dynamic between all of us is very important to us. And in that, like, and even just in that Slack, like we share resources in that Slack. Like we literally have a chat where Kara, Malik, and I just drop resources that can help us be better filmmakers. You know, like we're not just assigning tasks and you do this, you do that. We're also trying to uplift each other and increase our knowledge professionally so we can continue to make a great web series and continue to make any other great film projects that we may have in the kitchen cooking. And that's the thing too with like having open communication and just being honest with one another. And the way that we keep that honesty is by having offsites. And we call these offsites, it's like a day that we have every 6 months to a year where we literally spent the whole entire day kind of reading each other. I say reading because we talk about, you know, things that we could have done better, things that we have been doing great, and just kind of like go back and look at our progress as individuals and as a collective, as a group together. And with that, it just creates like a bonding opportunity between all three of us, because you know, having a startup is difficult. It's stressful. And you will go through so many trials and tribulations. So it's always good to kind of like come together with whoever you're collaborating with and just go like, girl, we don't need to talk about this because, you know, like these past 6 months.
It's to the point where, I mean, during the last offsite, it's during the point to the last offsite, we decided to come up with a safe word when we are feeling like we need to really talk about something that's important. And our safe word is brick, because like
brick means heavy.
Yeah, it's heavy. And it can come on you like a load of bricks, basically, with whatever someone has to say. And it may not, or it may, but it's just like when there's time and when we do have to talk about those have a serious conversation outside of an offsite, we have ways to make sure that we communicate with each other like properly.
And it's so important that you talk through those heavy topics and make sure that everybody is hearing you and like creating that safe space. I feel like one of the major reasons why we do feel so comfortable to bring heavy topics to each other is because we develop that friendship and we know each other's personality types. We know how we will react, and like we're fostering those relationships on the side while also understanding that we have a larger business goal. And in order to get to that goal, we need each other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so speaking of goals, I mean, we have a plethora of goals. I'm going to share the screen one more time.
This one, Chrome tab. Oh, we still figured it out, y'all.
So yeah, our goals. So coming up, we already have started our full service production company, but we have a little bit of a way to go with just the things that we need. So we started on acquiring our LLC, and trademarking our name, but obviously there's way more that goes into it as far as like having equipment and the little ins and outs that we still need to like go over and take our time and really learn the legal and business side of everything. And then with providing opportunities for people, like we want to be able to create content that's for us and by us. And we want to have a production company that is for people of color so that people can learn these different skills and then we can see true representation of ourselves in the media. So that is some of our goals. And I don't know if the girls want to elaborate any further about some of the things that we're trying to do as far as like season 2. And
yeah, I mean, those are definitely like our major goals. We want to grow. We want to be bigger. We want to give people the opportunity. I know when I was growing up, I never thought that like I could work in film. I didn't even know how to like make a film. I wasn't even thinking about how to make a film, how to make a series, how to make TV. So the fact that we are able to do it, we were able to complete season 1. We know that we have the power to get this done, and we want to continue to do that going forward. one of these very important goals that or a quote that I read once was, if you want to go fast, go alone. And if you want to go far, go together. I know, speaking for myself, I'm a very independent worker. And if I'm just like working by myself, you miss out on things. Like, you're not going to catch everything. Like, I'm definitely in more of a creative space. So I'm not thinking about the legal. I'm not thinking about post and editing. Like, I'm thinking about this grand idea. But then with working with the team, we have people like P who looks at the details, and she's like, okay, you said you wanted a shot on a spaceship. How are we going to get there? What's the budget? How do we do that? And asking all of those hard questions, and having a co-creator that, like, I know that she's not coming for the idea, but she's coming for how to make it work.
Right.
So that team aspect, that friendship, that holding each other accountable, being honest, being transparent, all of that goes into developing your idea and taking you further along than you could ever really go by yourself. And with the Mocha model, like P was explaining, you get to own a certain part of the project and really take that under your wing, and you execute and trust that your team members are executing as well. Because in the end, you'll have like a much bigger and better project than before.
Yeah, and I mean, that all brings us to why we collaborate together and working within a team. So basically, you know, you heard how we came together, and we basically all of us wanted to connect with like-minded individuals, and we wanted to be able to create something that we created from scratch, and no one told us how to do it. You know, we create our own schedules, we create our production schedules, and we did what we had to do to create Adults in Series. And same will go when we're in the middle of this production company. So we just want to be able to work with each other, and you get to have different different perspectives, different like, help me out, girl.
A creative, like, yeah, I know what you're trying to say, like a creative melting pot. Like,
yeah,
it's like, oh, I may have one idea, but if I pitch it to my team, like, they could give me another idea. And along the way, like, everybody's dreams are coming true. Like, the three of us all work in media. Like I said, I work at MTV and VH1. Malik works in entertainment as well. She's an editor, a freelance editor, and Paulette is a producer for a production company in the world, like one that's already set up and like really making films, going through festivals. And so, you know, we're working for like bigger companies, and we're taking the knowledge from those companies and bringing it to our own internal project, the one that makes us stay up at night, the one that keeps us going, the one that makes us proud to say, like, I'm a producer, I'm a writer. And go ahead, P.
Sorry, we're literally working our 9 to 5s to fund our dreams. Like, honestly. Yeah. That's the reason why I'm doing my 9 to 5, to fund this dream, this production company that I want to do with these two ladies. And just to add on to that, like, listen, it's like dating, finding collaborators that you get along with, that you guys mesh well, that, like, even if you have differences, you can talk it through and come to a solution, meet each other 50-50. It takes a while. You're not gonna find out with the first person you meet. For me, it took like maybe like 3 to 4 people before I met Kara and Malik. And sometimes it's just jumping over the ledge. Like Kara mentioned, I invited her to a Sundance Rejection Film Festival in Brooklyn, in Prospect Park. Mm-hmm. And she told me adults, I was like, you know what? I want to do it. You know, and that could have went absolutely bad, but I just knew Kara's energy, and I could trust Kara to like kind of like suss out Malik, because I have not met Malik. I literally met Malik on the first day of shooting.
No, we were shooting
our first episode called Me versus the Whites. Okay,
mm-hmm.
So like you'll know, but don't get discouraged if something doesn't go your way when you collaborate with someone else. Just, you know, it didn't work out, take it as a lesson learned, and just get smarter and continue to work hard.
That is so true. Like sometimes the business relationship may not surpass, you know, the friendship. Like the friendship may be cool, but the business relationship isn't there. And that's a part of being honest and being like,
we are working.
Yeah, we have different styles of doing business. Like, let's just be friends. And it can be a breakup. It is like dating. Like, it's like, oh, like, who am I gonna trust with like my money? You know, at the end of the day, like we're working to build revenue, to build a profit, and you have to have people that you can count on, people that you can trust to execute their own job so that you fulfill the group mission, but also someone who can like, you know, I'd be like, I'm so tired, like I need help, or like the state of the world is too much and I don't feel like working right now. Like, can you help me out? And that's just like super duper important. If it's not working out, if you can't create that space with somebody, you may be better off finding a new partner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I mean, there are, you know, like working with a team can be difficult. I have been a person that loves to be in groups and be around other people. So I like to collaborate. And I think with film, and P can like tell you more, it's just like collaborating in film is like important, because who's going to tell you that this sucks or this is good, or, you know, maybe if you switch something like this, it could look better. And I mean, that's how Adulting was created and formed. It was like, oh wait, hold up, what do we want to talk about? Then it was like, okay, well, what if we did unscripted too? Like Kara brought that in there, and it was like, oh, now we have a scripted and unscripted show. And that wasn't the premise in the beginning. It was like, let's just do the scripted part, and, you know, we'll just have the show and it'll be whatever. And now it's like full blown, we want to have a production company. We want to help other people like reach their dreams and their goals too.
Yeah. And that's what started all of this. Like, we were all like entry level in the industry. If you know anything about media, you know that it's so hard to really get in. And it was like, we want space to be ourselves. We want space to create. We want space to give other people space. And we found each other, or honestly, it was just like the universe put us together. It was very weird. It was like magical. I hate to say it, but it was a little magical. Like, you'll feel it. Like, you'll feel when something is right. Like P said, she trusted me to vet Malik. And honestly, we went on like one pizza date and we were talking about boys. Like, it was like, oh yeah, this is my homegirl now. Like,
now we live with each other.
And now we live with each other. So look at this. She's probably going to be the godmother to my kids. Both of these women will be.
Thank you so much.
I hope I get the same treatment.
You will.
Oh, I.
And just like another thing that is important with working within the team is like being able to count and rely on someone, like we've been saying, for your mental health, and being able to rely and be like, okay, today I can't do this, and you have these two people to fall back on, or this one person to fall back on. So collaborating in that sense is like, okay, now you have time and space to get everything that you need to get together. Even when you are working towards the next goal, there's still room to breathe and take a vacation and relax.
Right. Agreed. I also just want to touch on like building on other areas of your life that may not be the business, you know, like we are here for support in non-business related ways as well. Like if we're protesting something, or you know, we have those conversations and we're able to like pick each other's brains, provide each other like just enough space to like get things out, because getting started on any project is hard, you know, and nobody really knows what you go through other than the people you're going through it with. So there are many a times when it's like, I don't know who else to call on if it's not Paulette or Malik, because they won't understand like what I'm trying to say when I'm like, I'm trying to edit this cut, but like I'm tired from work, you know? So having those people, and even just getting started, diving into like getting started in general, I know it feels like, oh, for us, it was just like by luck, but like P said, sometimes it does take a little bit on her end. It wasn't necessarily luck. It was practice. It was trial and error, like trying other people, seeing how it goes, and then, you know, locking it in. But once you do have that team dynamic, and once you are set up, getting started will just be a matter of everybody doing their part.
Right.
And before you know it, you have a big project that to you once seemed like so big, like, I don't even think I can get this done. I don't know how I'm going to do it. How are we going to shoot? How are we going to edit? How are we going to promote it? How are we going to crowdfund? Like, how are we going to do any of this? But the minute that you lock in those solid team members, you're able to like really just get the project rolling.
Right. For sure.
And P, do you have any other tidbits? Yes, she does.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
To add to that too, you know, like you're not only just going to be collaborating within your company, within your group, you may be collaborating within different companies, you know, like don't be afraid of that either, because, you know, it just may be that, you know, there are two companies that have a like-minded mission and notice that they can work together on an event. They can work together on an idea. So don't like be open to that possibility too. It just doesn't have to be between individuals. It can be between whatever, business entity that you have, and figuring that out and that working relationship out. Like, especially for like a production company, we're eventually going to we'll need to collaborate with like a sound house or a color house, or different individuals that provide certain services that we need that we can't do by ourselves yet. And so, it's very important that when you collaborate, you take care of those relationships as well. You don't treat it as like a service. Well, it is a service. It can be a service, but even if it is, take care of those relationships. These are people that may help you on the next 2-3 projects that you need assistance on, So that's another thing. It's just being able to network, collaborate, and just always take care of your relationships with other people, because you never know when you may need them like 10 years down the line.
Yeah, networking is definitely important within this industry. As young entrepreneurs, we're in our 20s and we are just trying to figure it out as we go. And I think we're doing the best we can. Like, we are constantly looking at different webinars and different outlets just to learn more about the business. And we're taking the time to really like get into the nitty gritty so that we don't make a mistake and, have those problems in the future within our company and within what we do, because we already see it all the time where people like us just like, we just rush into things. And the next thing you know, it's like our deals are messed up, or like we are stuck in a contract forever and like someone owns the rights to something that we have. And it's like, that's exactly what we don't want to happen. And that's why we're here together and we're able to use our brain power and be able to decipher like, okay, this seems a little shady. Like maybe not this today, maybe something else.
Yeah. So I know that Janette wants to speak with us. I would love to speak with the Caribbean posh girl herself. We are ready to chat with her beautiful BVI background.
Yeah, she was like flawless.
I know. I was like, get me out of New York.
I know,
we got drinks. Like, we're ready to Oh, yes. So we'll bring her back on so we can chat a little bit more.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, let's give it a second. Looks like she just needs a little time. But, if you guys have any questions, please sound them off. Please sound them off in the comments and everything. I see like, don't step on toes. Yes, absolutely. Like, don't burn bridges. Don't step on toes. That's definitely a big lesson that we've learned and we're learning. Like, one wrong move and you could be, it may not be today, but 5 years from now, you may need a location, and the person who owns the location is someone you told off on set to like a couple years ago.
And that can be for anything, any type of business. This is not just for creating films. This is for business in general, like with collaboration and with like networking and not stepping on like burning bridges anywhere, because you never know when you will need help from someone. And you just got to be nice to people and be kind.
Yeah. And I mean, like, a part of the business is not letting the emotions get in the way. Like, you definitely have to learn how to be grounded and like learn how to kind of like track those emotions, even when working together. Like, there are times, it is not sunshine all the time in this group chat. Like, sometimes we do get on each other's nerves, and that's where it comes in with that open and honest transparency and knowing like when to speak and like when you're reacting. Operating off of reaction and off of like pure emotion could be detrimental to your business relationships. So sometimes you have to take a step back and be like, let me read myself a little bit. Let me read the situation.
Step out of yourself,
understand what's going on, and then approach the situation like adults.
Yeah.
It's all adults in.
At the end of the day, it's all adults in.
Yeah. And just being go ahead, P.
Sorry. There's a little lag. Oh, there she is.
Okay. That's here. Hey. Can you hear us?
Oh no, I don't know if she can hear us.
Hello?
No.
No.
Hi, ladies. Can you hear me?
Hey. Hi. Yeah, we can hear you. You can hear us?
I'm not hearing them.
Oh no. Oh no. Well, back to us.
I feel like I'm on the news. Like
I know. Oh yeah. Well, if you guys want to check out the show and check out our social media, follow us at Adultin Series, Adultin No G. So ADULTIN series on YouTube, on Instagram, on Twitter, on Facebook. We're everywhere.
Wherever. Next week is Adultin Week. We're gonna have a week full of events. It's gonna be so exciting. For Adultin Week, we have so much coming up, like a watch party on Tuesday and just a happy hour on Friday. So like stay tuned for those events. It's gonna be
lit.
Dope. It's gonna be virtually lit.
Yes, it's gonna be virtually dope. Janette, can you hear us?
Hey, now I'm here.
Hey.
Hey. Perfect. Talk about live.
I know, right? Talk about technology. I'm so proud of you for executing this. This is amazing.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm so happy that, you guys, that I met you guys. One, I'm so proud of you. You guys are brilliant, an inspiration to especially young Caribbean women coming up. I was reading some of the comments. Everybody is so impressed by you three young ladies of the Caribbean. So definitely keep what you're doing. So yeah, but to come forward and do this crazy challenge, bring this to the virtual world, yeah. It was awesome, well worth it. I'm sure all the POSH girls, all these Caribbean sisters out there learned a lot from all the awesome speakers that spoke today. So I thank you and all the other speakers who are on for the whole series.
Yes, we hopped on. Everybody was so empowering. I was like, oh my gosh, look at all of these women just dropping gems all day. Shout out to Caribbean Posh, shout out to the POSH girls, shout out to all of the women who came on here dropping these gems and sharing it to everybody else. Like, this is amazing. And the fact that it was done virtually is even more like mind-blowing.
Mind-blowing, for real.
Yes. Our first one, let's see if this becomes the norm. Don't know yet. But I would prefer that we all meet in person, so we're praying for that to happen real soon.
Absolutely.
All right, so I want to thank you ladies for your time, and we'll catch up a little later.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much for having us.
And everyone have a great night.
Yeah, enjoy the rest of your night, and get ready for June 1st. Adultin Week is coming.
Yes.
All right. We'll be looking for that. All right. See you, ladies. So now we've concluded. High five, everyone. 284 Media, CCTBVI, Bella Blooms, the Caribbean POSH team, Tropics, King Specialty in Trinidad. Hey, I'm still giving away these POSHgirl weekend bags, so I'll be checking the questions. So you'll be hearing from us by tomorrow. I want to give thanks to Yvette Knowles Shore, Janisha John, who gave a wonderful message, Yvette Thomas Henry as well, Drastic, Leslie Ann Williams, Dr. Cindy Duke, and the name goes on and on and on. We have so much talent in the Caribbean, and I hope you guys enjoyed this weekend, learned a lot, was inspired, and you're ready to go out and conquer 2021. I look forward to seeing you all. Wait, one more shout out. How can I forget? As we enjoy, I'm not sure if you guys can see it and really appreciate it as much as we can here live. But the sun is going down here in the British Virgin Islands, here at the Alfresco Villa. Thank you so much for allowing us to be here and share the BVI with you, the viewing audience, in such a beautiful setting. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you to everyone. So follow us on Caribbean POSH and stay tuned for more things from us, more learning and growing together. Thank you. Stay blessed.